My question is, are you having fun today?
Yeah, so far, I reckon.
Holly, if you were sphere-shaped, would you be Borlo tones?
I think I'd be the sun. And that's really scary to think about.
Watched a friend stream on the song recently and they got to the Among Us law. So, thanks for pointing that out way back when. Smile.
I feel like I'm due to replay Sayonara Wild Heart sometime soon, but until then, let's just listen to more of the soundtrack.
Can you tell? Does it show? I'm alone in a city of ghosts. Awake to the howling silence. I don't know where to start in the search of the beat of your heart. A sound in the deafening silence.
You, buddy!
Have you ever thought about the passage of time? Why would you do that?
Yeah, for fun.
What's the word? Does that thing have a name? When familiar surroundings just don't look the same, do you think that it's strange? It's my way, I suppose. I'm just longing for a place I don't know.
2 and 8 is 21 actually. No. Wrong. It's just like 2.
Hi. It's not my birthday anymore. But I am still doing the birthday questions folks sent in because I realized I didn't do them all. And I wanted to do them all. So, I guess today's unofficially birthday number 2. And now I'm... It doesn't make me 29. It makes me 28-2. Kind of like, Final Fantasy 13. They're calling me the Final Fantasy 13 of people. Hope you've all been well today. It is Monday. We are October 3rd, 2022. It's been a pretty good day for me. I went for a nice walk this afternoon. Saw a couple of dogs. Nice sunlight, nice cool breeze. That was nice. Spent a lot of time with my cat. I got done a bit of stuff around the house I had to do, and I got a little bit of work on a project I am hoping to finish eventually. Not anytime soon, but eventually. So it was a pretty alright day, I reckon. And had a bit of time to play video games. But now, we're gonna answer some questions. And I don't have any big exciting visuals for this stream. Kind of like the last one I did like this. It's just gonna be It's just gonna be me talking and like maybe some music playing mostly. So you don't gotta worry too much about the visuals, but I do have Mr. One Character. Who's come to visit. So that's nice. He climb up a brick. So that's pretty cool. Let's get some music going. I've just got the Deep Rock Galactic soundtrack loaded up because it's a good soundtrack. And I'm in the mood for something a little more ambient while we do some chatting today. Hopefully this ain't too loud. I guess I can just fiddle with the volume as needed. This is gonna give kind of a funny mood to the questions because some of this music is like almost a little bit sinister, which is fun. This is the dark question segments. This is the evil birthday. Get ready. I assume the audio's coming through okay. It's showing up in the desktop audio. So, let's get to some more questions. Here's our first one for the night. Hi, Holly. I'm not entirely sure what all to say on here, but I'll try to keep things a little brief. I'm a big fan of yours, and listening to your streams at work makes the days go by easier. I had a couple questions. I remember you mentioning once that you used to be into 40k, and I was wondering... Sorry, and I was wondering. Very important. What armies did you run? Also, would you ever consider playing any less wallet-breaking 40k games again? It's also been a while since I've been able to catch a Dark Souls 2 stream, so I was wondering if you found any Easter eggs in it at all. I don't want to mention any in particular, because I'm not sure if that counts as backseating. Thank you for your time. Beans Thembo on Twitch. Well, thank you for your question, Beans Thembo. I guess I'll answer number 2 first, because the answer for that is very quick. I don't know what's an Easter egg in Dark Souls 2 and what's not, so... I have no idea. Pretend Team Fortress 2 the medic comes on my stream right now and he goes, I have no idea! Because I don't know. I did find a guy who had no head. No, who was a head. And then I found the rest of him that was a guy with no head. So that was fun. And also... the ring what let me talk to the spider guy, and he was like, oh, thanks for killing the other spider, or whatever. I don't know if you consider either of those Easter eggs, but I found them. As for your first question, asking about 40k, and I guess for... I don't know how many people are on the up and up about 40k, but, 40k is Warhammer 40k, which is a tabletop war game, slash fictional setting by Games Workshop. You know, you got, like, space marines fighting space elves, and there's a lot of blood and skulls, and everyone's miserable because everyone's in a forever war. Well, not everyone's miserable. Well, I guess the bugs are happy to be eating stuff, and the orcs are happy to be orcs. I used to be, like, really into 40k when I was, like, in and around high school, and, like, my first, like, year of university after that. I don't remember what edition of 40k that was. There's been, like, so many editions since then. I was, like, talking with my, my sister's partner the other day, just because, they had come to visit very briefly, about, like, 40k and how, like, the current edition, they brought back, the Space Dwarves. They brought back the Space Dwarves, and they're, like, ridiculously overpowered right now. Which is fucking awesome for them. I love to see a dwarf having fun. But I played, orcs. I played orcs, way back when. And I was quite fond of them. They're a fun, at least the edition I played, they had a fun sort of rule set, which was about, having a lot of dudes, basically all at once, and they're not particularly good at shooting, and they're pretty good at, you know, getting in there and beating people up, considering they're essentially just a bunch of dudes wearing, like, leather armor, and wielding, like, huge, like, machetes. And the whole main thing about them is that you kind of do just unleash buckets of dice on your enemies. And have a lot of fun doing it. it. I like, very briefly, not too long ago, checked out, like, what the current, state of 40k is, at least as far as, like, orcs go, and they're in, like, kind of an okay place. I guess they launched kind of bad when, the more recent edition came out, and then after some, like, changes in errata and stuff, they're doing a little bit better. It seems like the focus now on the army is less about just, like, dumping buckets of little guys on people, and more about, like, a more reasonable amount of little guys, and then also, like, some, like, vehicles and armored stuff.
I like playing with Tau in 40k, personally.
Hey, hell yeah! Tau's not my cup of tea, but, I like their models. Thanks for the 15-month resub, much appreciated. Apparently, like, helicopters and, loading up a bunch of dudes with rockets on a stick to use as hammers in, like, a truck is pretty good. And also just bringing, what's his name? That one war boss. It's like a unique character, Gazgul or whatever his name was. Apparently he's still pretty good. I like the orcs thematically, and narratively, because they are just like a bunch of living fungus dudes. Who literally have so much fun doing fights. Thank you, Weaker, for the 15-month resub.
Holly, I can't believe you got 2 whole birthday questions streamed.
They let me have a birthday sequel. I'm finally 28 too. Thank you for the resub. Much appreciated. Don't orcs speed up their spaceships by painting arrows on them? So here's the thing about orcs. Orcs are all psychic. All orcs, have latent, very powerful psychic abilities. Of, like, mass suggestion. And the way it specifically works is that if they convince anyone of anything, if they get enough people to believe something they're saying, it bends the universe to then make it true. So for instance, a bunch of orcs believe, well, if you paint something red, it makes it go faster. And so there's a rule in the army book where you can spend, like, some of your point allocations to paint your vehicle red, and it is able to move farther every turn. But for all intents and purposes, none of their guns should work. But because, you know, their engineers and mechanics have everyone convinced, well, yeah, they know what they're doing, they're engineers and mechanics, they all work. Their spaceships are giant meteors that are hollowed out, that have, like, windows and portholes in them. And they can leave the windows and portholes open to, like, you know, look outside and see how things are doing. And it doesn't violently decompress the ship, because they all believe it's fine to look out the window. But if you crack any other part of the hull open, then that is a violent decompression, because they believe that is gonna kill them. It's awesome. Orcs is fun. I like orcs. As far as would I ever consider playing any less wallet-breaking 40k games again? Yeah, probably. I even still kind of have a hankering to, like, get some of the minis and paint them again, but, like, that shit's expensive. That stuff is way expensive, and... I mean... I'm a streamer for a living. I don't necessarily have a ton of money to spend on, like, a bunch of hobby stuff, unfortunately. Like, I'm well off enough that I'm able to pay bills and, like, you know, have some in savings and all. I probably can't afford to, like, you know, buy an entire 2,000-point army and rulebook and stuff again. Unfortunately. But, you know, there's always alternatives. I know there's, like, online, simulators and stuff. I know there's, like, video games and like, role-playing games and stuff like that. That's neat to check out, apparently. Yeah, I'd probably give one of those a try someday. I think that's everything for your question, so thank you very much for that. On to our next question. This one says, how many times did you almost accidentally let it slip that Puzz is your girlfriend by accident before announcing it by having her on stream? Also, not a question, but you two are such a sweet couple. Love to see women in love. Well, that's very nice of you to say, and thank you for your question. I don't really think I ever really did that. Because it's fun to keep secrets, even if they're secrets for very little reason. Well, I suppose the main reason was, I just wanted to, you know, set the boundary of, like, listen, my private life is my personal life, and I don't want or need people being fucking weird to me about it. And so, you know, once people got the message, I was like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm gonna be doing stuff with my girlfriend now, so, I was about to say, and then Brady said, you remember you almost did. It's not that you almost did. It's that you basically literally did, and then immediately covered for yourself. So, the fucking Doom stream. Oh, by the way, go follow Puzz on Twitter and Twitch and stuff. And also, if you subscribe to her, we have a little combo. They have a set of combo emotes we can use together, so you can make us hold birds at each other, and I think it's very cute. Anyways, the fucking Doom stream where we were talking about that one movie. What fucking movie was it? I've already forgotten what it's called, but if you watch those streams, you know what I'm talking about. It was one of the 2016 streams. Brady was there. We were talking about this fucking movie. It wasn't Ratatouille, it was Delgo, thank you. It was Delgo, thank you. And we were talking about this dog shit movie and just how I couldn't believe the kind of movie it was. And then I was like, man, maybe we should watch this today. And Brady was like, yeah, you know what? Someday we should get together, like me and you and Puzz. And then there was like a second pause or something like that. And he was like, and all the other mods. And I simply didn't call attention to it. And I was just thinking, you know, I think that's a pretty good save. I don't think anyone else is going to notice. And no one did. And I'm pretty sure no one noticed because she was, you know, like, actively in chat at that moment, so, like... I never brought it up at all to Brady because on the one hand it was like, you know, everyone makes little slips like that, and on the other hand it was like, damn, good fucking save. Brady is the fucking genius of talking, and I trust him every day. Thank you for your question. Here is our next one. Hi, Holly. My question is, what has been your favorite collaborative project that you've been a part of that you're currently able to talk about? From bigger things like HLVRAI and Real-Time Fandub to more casual collabs like Super Go Fish Deluxe for super players and VHS viewings, you've had a lot of fun with your friends on the internet. I'm curious which one you currently remember the most fondly. On a personal note, I've been a big fan of your streams since early back when you streamed Atelier Sophie, and your streams have been a great source of entertainment and comfort ever since. My goodness, you have been around for a while, haven't you? Thank you for all the times you've allowed us to share in your experiences with many different games, and I selfishly hope you'll continue to do so far, far in the future. Hope you're having a wonderful day. King of Kings. P.S. Please send help. Gumby appeared in my room and he won't leave. Oh god. Please help me. He just keeps staring at me. Well, thank you very much for your question, King of Kings. Always does make me smile to know people have been around, you know, since some of the earliest days. I can't do much about the Gumby, unfortunately. Gonna be honest, when the latent stream started, you were busy making and eating ravioli, so you missed the introduction. You came back upstairs to catch the stream. You saw Puzz's talk sprite, and your first thought was, man, Holly's girlfriend looks like Puzz. Yeah, weird that, huh? I wonder why. Awesome. I drink water. Well, thank you again for your question, King of Kings. I don't know if I have necessarily one particular singular favorite. Partly because I'm just bad at fucking picking favorites. And, you know, partly because, I don't know, it just... all the sorts of, like, different collab things that I've done have all been, like, fairly different in different ways. Different in different ways. Just saying the same thing over and over. Like Jumbo Shrimp. Isn't there a term for, like, things like that? Like, wait, no, Jumbo Shrimp is, like, two opposite words. Because I was remembering, oh yeah, like Jumbo Shrimp and Microsoft Works, but those aren't synonymous. Oxymorons. There we go, thank you. I guess redundant is just what I was thinking of. I'm not answering your question at all, I'm so sorry. I got distracted. I don't know. I like a lot of different things I've done with that I've like gotten to work on with my friends for like a lot of different reasons, and like I guess the overall sort of like overarching thing there is I don't know. I feel like I'm just really lucky that I know a lot of like really passionate, compassionate, extremely talented people that like, you know, make really, really fucking cool things, and I don't know, I feel like every day I'm kind of flabbergasted and kind of honored that I get the opportunity to, like, I don't know, even do my little part in helping bring the things they work on into the world. So I don't know if there's one specific one I necessarily remember most fondly. I suppose, one that does kind of come to mind is one that we did very recently, the Stanford Sweepstakes. Just because, like, this was our first opportunity, like, as a group, RTVS, like, doing a major paid gig that wasn't just, like, you know, here's a viewer-funded thing that we're making just because, like, it's an idea we had that we wanted to do. This is, like, you know, hey, we're being paid by, like, a company to do, like, work for a pre-established thing, based on a pre-established thing, that all of us are, like, ostensibly really big fans of. Like, I don't know, that's just kind of... I don't think it's quite right to say this is our big break. I feel like more realistically HLVR was our big break, but like... It still feels like a really cool milestone, you know? Just kind of being like, oh yeah, I have this secret thing I'm working on that I can't talk about for like a couple of months. Please look forward to it, and then it comes out and everyone's like, you're fucking kidding me, right? No! It's real. I suppose also in that sense, I'm also really gonna look back fondly always on HLVR. Not just in the sense of like, it was, like, you know, something that I'm very, very proud of that I got to work on with people that I've considered close friends of mine for, like, over a decade by this point. But the fact that, like, the way that it took off is the reason why I'm able to do the things I do for my job today. So, like, in that sense, I suppose that one's also very much up there. I think in terms of, like, specific games I've played through and, like, streams like that, the ones that come to mind immediately are, well, first of all, Layton, that I've been doing with Puzz, because it's been very, very exciting to be able to share, you know, something that I've really liked, for a lot of years with someone who's also liked it for a lot of years, and sort of being able to see it through her eyes and being able to share it with everyone else in that kind of sense. I don't know, I think something about that is really cool. Also... Outer Wilds with Mike. Because that game was something really special, and I think Mike was maybe the best possible co-pilot in the world for something like that, and I don't know, Mike's a great dude. I love spending time with him. I like to think we bounce off of each other in a really fun way. I guess also Super Go Fish Deluxe, for super players, which isn't really necessarily so much, a game that I am showcasing as much as it is, like, me showcasing the creativity of some friends of mine, because, like, the entire reason that stream happened, and, like, that's a stream that so many fucking people to this day tell me, like, yeah, that stream was great, I'm so excited for whenever you do the next one, like, that was so much fun. That makes me so happy, because the entirety of that stream could not have existed without, like, both Rudd and Socks being the type of people they are. And so that stream was cool, because it was kind of my opportunity to go, like, hey, here's some other fucking cool friends of mine. Look at this shit they have brought into the world. And smile and laugh and clap your hands with me. And so I that made me happy. And I guess I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the real-time fan dubs at all. Because... I gotta be honest, that was, like, I think, kind of my first moment of being kinda... starstruck, I guess, about a project that I got to work on. Like, this is already by the point of me, like, having, like, become friends, you know, with, like, Penny and Ryan and Chase and Dollop and the whole, like, Clown House crew. And even then, it was still like, wait, holy shit. Like, this like, series of videos that I've, like, watched and enjoyed for, like, years, I get to be a part of this now? Hello? And that still sometimes doesn't quite feel real, and it's this moment settling in of like, wait, I got to do that. I got to do that. The people whose, like, work and whose, like, style of comedy I've been looking up to for years, they saw a thing that I was in that they really enjoyed, and now, like, I get to know them on, like, a personal level, and they're also, like, some of the most, like, wonderful, like, caring and funny people, like, on the goddamn planet, and it's like, and now I get to do a thing with them? So that's pretty cool. It also kind of does still give me a chuckle to this day every time someone is like, wait, you're in the fan dub group now? And it's like, I have been for a while. I've been in 2 of them. I will very likely be in more in the future. I suppose that wasn't really so much an answer to your question as much as it was just like a nice trip down memory lane. Just waiting for a Holly Fortnite skin? It's not gonna happen. I don't play Fortnite. Can't wait for the Kingdom Hearts dubs. I don't even know if I'm gonna be in those ones. Just because, like, we have a lot of people, like, in the roster for fan dubs, and the way we're kind of doing it from, like, this point forward is that, like, every now and then, like, some folks are gonna cycle in and out of, like, dubs and stuff based on availability and interest in things. Like, you know, Dollop wasn't in the Shadow dubs and things like that. I might not be in the Kingdom Hearts ones, and that's partly because I don't know how, like, busy I'm gonna be, and also I don't have much particular interest in Kingdom Hearts. And not knowing things about, like, the franchise that a fan dub is happening for doesn't fucking matter. I know nothing about Sonic the Hedgehog, and I was still fucking pleased as punch to be in Shadow. Although I guess I could be Mickey Mouse, you know, I'll think about it. I suppose it depends, but if it does end up being a case of like, alright, there's too many people here, I got no problem with like volunteering to not be on that one, you know? So it goes. But there are other fan dubs in the work that aren't just the Kingdom Hearts ones. There's like, I don't know what has and hasn't been talked about publicly, so I won't say, but there's some fun stuff a-brewing that you'll get to see probably someday, presumably. So I hope folks are looking forward to that. Thank you again for your question. Let's see, what is our next one? We are down to 50 questions remaining. So let's go. Hello, Holly. I'm here to ask a very important question. Favorite kind of cheese? This will affect the world as we know it, so answer carefully. Have a good birthday, and be safe. Well, thank you very much for your question. I like a lot of different cheeses. That's not really an answer. That's not really a conclusive answer at all, is it? I really, really like a nice old cheddar that's got like a nice firm, almost kind of crumbly texture to it. That's the good shit. And I think that goes well in like a lot of different situations and circumstances and scenarios. That shit's delicious. I also really like, I never remember, is it pronounced Gouda or Gouda? But I really like a nice smoked Gouda. That shit's good. And And... you know, everyone always toots the horn about Parmigiano Reggiano, but personally I'm a big fan of Pecorino Romano. People have never heard it pronounced Gouda? I've heard multiple people pronounce it that way. I have heard quite a few people pronounce it that way. That is, like, apparently how it's, like, actually pronounced in the country of origin or something like that. Unless I was lied to. I'm gonna look this up. Let's see. Right, so, on Wikipedia, the US pronunciation is...
Gouda.
Also...
Gouda.
but also the Dutch pronunciation.
Gouda.
Gouda, there you go. Because it's a Dutch cheese. That's the Dutch pronunciation. You're all fucking learning today. You thought you would come in here and just learn things about, like, me or something? No, motherfuckers. No, you dick piece of shit. You're learning about Dutch today. When's the cheese stream? Don't tempt me. I did see earlier, related to a previous question, not the cheese one, Brady did mention the Creepy Castle streams. Those were definitely another highlight. I'm still fucking blown away that A, folks that worked on those games, like, watched those streams and enjoyed them, and B, the fact that we got, like, exclusive news about, like, future things related to Creepy Castle was just like, holy shit. Those streams were a ton of fun. That game was so great. I'm so happy I got to play that and share that. I'm so glad Brady was there for that. If you do a cheese stream, bring Mira, because I think she has to eat every kind. Awesome, good to know. I don't know if that's good or bad for her. I don't know if she enjoys cheese or not. Thank you again for your question. On to our next one. If you could make one very special magical flavor ice cream, what would you make? Would it have a funny name? Well, first of all, thank you for your question. There's a lot of ice creams that I would want to eat that already are out there, like, I enjoy peanut butter and chocolate. There's already plenty of ice creams like that. I enjoy, like, nuts and maple. Already ice creams like that. There's people out there that have already made things like, you know, cucumber and, like, a bit of honey or something like that. That's apparently pretty good in, like, a way that a lot of people don't expect. I've seen people make fucking cheese ice cream. I've never tried it, but it exists. And so most of the, like, actual dessert type of ice creams I would want to try already exist. They're already out there in the world. So I would probably just want to come up with something dumb. Because then I could make a fucking killing, you know, selling my dumb ice cream that's bad on purpose, and people would go like, man, what the fuck is this ice cream flavor? That's so weird and bad. I have to buy it just to be sure. What were they thinking? And I guess it would be mustard. Because, I did put mustard on ice cream as a child, and it was, as you might be able to guess, bad. As you might be able to guess, it was not good. And so I think that would be funny to make other people eat it. Is it as bad as Lunchbox mustard? I mean, it could be Lunchbox mustard ice cream, and when you eat it, you get the mustard status effect. And, like, specifically, I don't mean, like, oh, like some kind of fancy gourmet mustard, with, like, you know, other flavorings, as if, like, you know, something you're eating with mustard is, like, a frozen treat. And I don't mean mustard as in, like, the herb, like, as, like, kind of some kind of weird herbal ice cream. I mean, like, yellow deli mustard. I mean, yellow deli mustard ice cream. You're getting that shit. Unless you mean, like, magical in the sort of, I don't know, like, cosmic, metaphorical, fantastical sense, in which case, I want an ice cream that tastes like the galaxy. And then I want an ice cream that tastes like the planet Jupiter, and also mustard. And then I want you to eat it. So that's space soda, but as granita. That space soda I remember hearing was just like weird berries or vanilla or something, I think. Like, it wasn't anything in particular. It was just kind of like normal soda, but they branded it like that, so everyone was like, oh, it's special, right? No. That's branding. That's branding for you. You want ice cream that tastes like girls kissing? What would that be? Lavender and copper, I guess. I don't know why that was what immediately came to mind, but, please enjoy. I guess also spit. But I don't think we're legally allowed to make spit ice cream, even in, like, this hypothetical magic world. That's the kind of bad thing I wouldn't want people to buy and eat and suffer. Mustard ice cream is enough. Thanks for your message. Here's our next one. So I'm gonna pose you two questions. One more fun and one more serious, okay? Okay. You're gonna be the first person to make boys smell ice cream. Good luck with that, Brady. I wish you nothing but the best. Also, I think it's like Boyfriend Day today or something. Happy Boyfriend Day to everyone out there who practices and celebrates. Anyways, back to the questions. Fun one. Imagine you're back in elementary school. You have an unlimited amount of money to buy a dessert. No, sorry, to buy a dessert at a school lunch. Which do you buy? Serious one. Just curious on how RTVS became a thing. How all you guys met. No pressure to explain, obviously, but just curious. Thanks so much for the streams. Ari. Well, thank you for your questions, Ari. As for your fun one, I like the way the deserts in Washington State look. They're very, very pretty. The sort of, like, dusty Badlands type of look. So I guess that one. I don't know why they'd be serving a desert at school. But I mean, hey, I got unlimited money.
Hey, I love the boy on screen. Certified little guy.
Hell yeah, it's Mr. One Character. So named because he's the size of one character. Thank you for the 24-month resub, Bird Limes. Thank you for the 2 years. Much appreciated. Hope you're doing well. I guess maybe they were actually asking dessert. In which case... I don't remember any of the school lunches at either my, like, elementary or high school, like, having anything really good in the way of dessert. So I guess one of those little ice cream cups, because those were still kind of mid, but were at least okay. You know, the ones that are, like, very processed vanilla, maybe with, like, a little bit of, like, chocolate whippy dip on top type of thing. That sort of thing. I guess I'd get one of those. Which isn't a particularly smart use of, unlimited amount of money. But I mean, it's what you asked, and it's what I would honestly get. As for your other question, how did RTVS meet? I mean, we've all known each other for like more than a decade by this point, I reckon. Thank you, Stardeck.
Midterms are really cracking my glow sticks right now.
Uh-oh.
Hope you're having a good one, Holly Tones love.
I'm having a pretty good one, yeah. Thank you for the 6-month resub. I hope midterms go alright for you. Thanks for sticking around. But yeah, we basically met because of YouTube poop. A lot of us met on, like, forums or, like, Steam groups, about YouTube poop. Some of us, I think, met on, like, fucking Homestuck forums. Or I guess it was MS Paint Adventures, technically. Some of us through, like, Tumblr. Just kind of over the years, kind of drifting, in parallel, and then to other places, and then it was kind of like, oh, we don't really fucking like a lot of the people that are around in this, in this, like, fucking Steam group chat, so we just made, like, a Skype group, and then eventually, you know, Skype went the way of the dodo, so we went to, Mumble, and then eventually we went to Discord, and that's, yeah. We just kind of surreptitiously? I don't know if that's the word. Serendipitously? We kind of all just met by chance, because we all just really liked YouTube poop when we were in, like, you know, high school. And then just kind of, you know, went on from there, realizing, oh, yeah, it turns out the kind of people you maybe spend time with, in the early to mid 2010s that are really into YouTube poop are maybe kind of bad people. So let's not spend time with them anymore. And just kind of do our own thing instead. We were born of the poop, and we will someday return to the poop. That's what everyone's always saying. I think that's about, you know, the gist of it without getting into, 10, 15, 20, not 20, we didn't meet when I was 8, but, you know, several years of, like, you know, online friend group history type of thing. But that's how it happened. YouTube poop brings people together? It does! It's funny looking back on it, you know, in the sort of, like, abstract, bigger picture sense. Like, the reason that I am the person I am today, knowing what I do about, like, you know, my identity and my sexuality and the friends that I keep and the work that I do, in a way, that's entirely because of YouTube poop and Team Fortress 2. So, hey, that's pretty cool, I suppose. Thank you for your questions, Ari. Moving on to our next one. Hey, Holly. Was wondering what you thought about your spontaneous streams like Gaugar, Fork, etc. Like what your favorite one was, most memorable, most made up on the spot, and most planned out, if any. Happy Original Bros Day to you. Well, thank you very much for your message. I don't fucking remember what the Fork one was. I don't remember what that was, so... I suppose not that one. April Fools? Oh, wait, right, for April Fools I just put a bunch of forks in a bowl and rattled them around. I forgot. I did that, didn't I? I did that on April Fools. I forgot I did that. That was my April Fool's stream. I forgot I did that. Awesome. Well, I'm glad other people remember it so I don't have to. What do I think about them in general? Well, I mean, I keep doing them because I think it's fucking funny. So, I suppose I like them, yeah. I've never really given too much thought to them, which I guess is kind of the essence of them. And I don't know, sometimes it's just fun to be like, man, I've got some dumb idea for something that's just like, this isn't gonna hold water for more than like 5 minutes. Let's do it anyways. Kind of thing. I think most memorable to me was probably the Scud one. Actually, no. Most memorable to me was Mr. Basculin. Who's still doing well. He's still alive. Good for him. Congrats to Mr. Basculin. Most made up on the spot was definitely the one I did recently where I just took the picture of the Gouger. And I put it on stream. Can I put a dog on screen? Yeah? I won't, but I can. The fucking Gouger one was just because I had spent all day, or maybe multiple days, just posting that fucking picture. This one. Where is it? Here. In, like, multiple different group chats and just going, oh, fuck! Right afterwards. And just doing that constantly, and it was just like... What if I just exposed this to hundreds of people by just doing it for a couple minutes on stream? So that was fun. The one that's most planned out is one that I haven't actually done yet. And I have, like, not a lot of prep done for it, but at least a little bit. And I'll put it this way. Actually, I guess there's two of them. But for one of them, if you ever see me just announce a stream unexpectedly, where, like, the announcement is just breaking news, because you specifically are watching this stream, you get to know ahead of time. That's one of those. The second one is one that, people paid me money to do, and I just haven't gotten around to doing it yet. I remember a while ago when I did a Minecraft stream, I made some joke about, like, oh yeah, if you give me a bunch of money, I'm gonna do a Minecraft parody of Alanis Morissette, Isn't It Ironic, about Isn't It Iron Pick? And then people gave me hundreds of dollars, and so it's like, yeah, I guess I should do that. I still haven't done it yet. And I hope people don't think that I just, like, took the money and ran. I just haven't had the time to sit down and fucking write lyrics for a Minecraft parody yet! So that will happen someday. It just hasn't yet. Please look forward to that eventually. While this fucking threatening Dreadnought music is playing? Should set it to American Boy? No, that's a different song! It's gonna be set to an Alanis Morissette song! Thank you for your question. And hey, thanks for stopping on by, Atomic Quote. You have yourself a wonderful rest of your day. Let's move on to our next question. Do you listen to Lemon Demon? If so, what are your favorite songs by him? Thank you very much for your question. I get asked this a lot, and I don't really know why. Because I don't listen to Neil Cicierega's music, really. And I've never really brought it up or, like, talked about it or anything. But it keeps getting asked to me. And I don't really get it. Not even in a "why are you doing this, stop" kind of way. Like, it's an innocuous question. It's fine. It's just kind of like, why am I getting asked this so much? I think he's a good, like, musical artist. I think he's talented. It's just not my kind of music. Maybe it's the idea that gay people like his music. Most of the people I know that like his music are straight. Most of the people I know that are into Neil Cicierega's music are straight. Yeah, you know, it's not for me, but it's still good music. Thanks for your question. Lemon Demon fans are obsessed with asking any person if they like Lemon Demon. I mean, I suppose it's better than racism fans asking other people if they're racist. I feel like I had something there, and I said it out loud, and I was like, this is nothing. This isn't anything. Who even is Neil Cicierega? He is a very talented and very prolific comedian and artist on the internet, basically since, like, the very early days of Flash animation. Still to this day. Let's move on to our next question. Actually, I'll have enough time to answer this. I can hit the button to delay the ads a little bit. Here is our next question. I was wondering, how did you and your partner meet? You guys have such great chemistry. Love your content and hope you have a wonderful birthday. Well, thank you for the well wishes and thank you for your question. Any racism fans in the chat? You haven't gotten to ban anyone yet? Awesome. I feel like most of those goons got weeded out in the very early days of streaming, so there aren't many of them left. What can I do as, like, a honeypot to attract a bunch of bad people for my mods to go, like, open season on? Brady, what did you just post? Thanks for posting this awesome Gundam. Anyways, your question. How did me and Puz meet? the SparkNotes very short version is Ryan Chongo Show. And the more elaborate version of that, without, you know, going to the specifics, I'm trying to remember exactly what it was, but it was, you know, Puzz describes it as kind of like the domino effect of, like, you know, one day she was just, like, fucking listening to music and, like, on YouTube, and something came up on Shuffle, and it was, like, a mashup playlist that Ryan did. Thank you, Sad Cheese, for 28-month reset, much appreciated. And then it was like, oh, huh, this person does, like, other music. Oh, wait, this person does, like, their own streams. And sort of, like, you know, watching him for a while, and then, at some point... Thank you, Sandwich, for the 29-month reset, much appreciated. At some point, like, watched... I want to say it was, like, one of Penny's fundraiser streams, where she was, like, doing stuff, to raise money for moving or something like that, and I was on that stream. And that's how, like, Puzz had, like, heard of me. And then eventually, a while after that was like, wait, you were the fucking person in Half-Life, but the AI? What? Which is still funny to me. And then, like, you know, started watching my streams, and then she, like, posted, fan art for me once, and I was like, oh, huh, this is cool. I like your style. And I, like, looked at a bunch of her other art and followed her. And then, like, you know, every now and then messaged each other. And then every now and then became, basically daily. And then it just kind of, you know, took off from there. And then both sort of realized one day, like, wait, shit, huh? Oh god, I think I like you, huh? Okay. And, yeah, all of that is, thanks to Ryan, my accidental, unintentional matchmaker. Did we share spaghetti and meatball? I mean, we haven't had the chance to, meet up in person yet because of the fucking pandemic, but... You know, maybe at some point soon, but, not meatball because Puzz is vegetarian. I do like spaghetti, though. I keep threatening to make her spaghetti. Threaten is maybe the wrong word, because she wants me to make her spaghetti, but... Do they make vegetarian meatballs? Yeah? Probably. I don't know, I just don't really like meatballs with spaghetti that much. I like meatballs. I prefer them with, other types of pasta, though, quite frankly. Thank you for your question. Here is one from my sister. And the subject line was... Pickle Boy. So thanks for that. Questions. And there's quite a few of them, so I guess we'll do, sort of the lightning round of them. Has sand ever significantly deviated from their water donation message? No, as far as I can tell, literally never. Having been a streamer for over 2 years now, what's something that surprised you about this experience? Would you have done anything differently in retrospect? Yes, these are your questions. I'm going over your questions. The thing that surprised me most about it, I think is the fact that there are, the fact that there are so many people that are, willing to put up with my silly bullshit, and even then, you know, like, come here specifically for my silly bullshit. You know, it's the kind of thing where for years I was like, you know, I think I could do something like this as like a hobby, and I think people would probably get a kick out of it, but not realizing quite how many people would actually, you know, consistently enjoy it and want to tune in and stuff like that. So that always kind of surprises me. I think also the fact that, doing this would, like, kind of helped me come out of my shell and be a little bit more confident about, you know, like, myself and talking to other folks and things like that. Because I was gonna say I was, but that's not that I was. I still am. I am very, very shy. Like, sometimes debilitatingly so. But I feel like doing stuff like this, like, kind of just, like, tossing myself in, baptism by fire style, is kind of helped with that in a couple of regards, which is nice. Why is there a slime? What, you mean on screen? That's not a slime. That's Mr. One Character. I think also that it's made me kind of better at multitasking in a way, which is, pretty cool. Something that I've always kind of struggled with is trying to do multiple things at once, and it's still something I'm not super great at, but the nature of streaming is, you know, having fingers in a bunch of pies that you're also juggling at the same time, at least the way I do it, so, that's something I've kind of gotten better at over time. Would I have done anything differently in retrospect? Yes, I would have done one thing differently. I would have fucking opened up a new bank account sooner, because the bank account I've had for fucking years doesn't support PayPal, and they literally only finally told me that years later. Thank you, Obama, for the $5? Wild that I was gonna say feature president, that's not the right word, previous president of the United States, is giving me money. Kind of a shame that he's only giving me $5 and not like a couple hundred. Come on, Obama, you're holding out on me. That's the kind of the one thing I would think of is just, yeah, I wish that my fucking banks had gotten back to me earlier about the fact that they're in the dark ages, so I could have put money into savings much earlier. Next question. Have you ever told viewers about the time we thought Lola ran away, but she was on top of the woodshed, wiggling around and living her best life? I think so. I'm pretty sure I've mentioned that once or twice. One time she went out in the backyard and then suddenly we couldn't find her and we were like, oh god, did she get out? Did she run away? No, she somehow climbed up on top of the woodshed and was just rolling around on, like, the shitty little roof on top of it. And it was like, you gotta get down from there, but she was so happy. She was so happy. She's not quite as limber and nimble these days, but she is still, adventurous. Think you still have the pic of it? I would rather you didn't post it. I don't want identifying information about where I live being posted. What's been your favorite stream to date? I don't know. That's a hard one, because I've liked basically everything I've streamed, which is why I've streamed it. I don't know if any one particular one sticks out in my mind. I guess the bros ones, in a way, just by the nature of, like, being able to check out something, like, so fucking weird that was, like, more or less, not quite, but effectively lost media in the sense that it was just kind of someone's, like, kind of garbagey throwaway Atari game they made as a clone of something else. And just, like, I don't know, stuff like that's fascinating to me. What stream or work am I most proud of? I guess probably HLVRAI, just because it's the thing that kind of put us as, like, a group on the map, and also is the thing that made people realize, oh, huh, yeah, maybe these people are kind of funny, kind of thing. If new Peppa Pig DLC is released, can we do another playthrough?
Okay.
And also a nice picture of Lana was included. Thank you for your questions. Alright, we've got 40-something left to go. I do need to get up and have a stretch. so I will flip on over here. I'm gonna let a couple of ads run while I'm AFK, and I'll be back real soon. Alright, I'm back. let's get Mr. One Character back on the screen and take a look at some more questions. Here is our next one. I was just going to ask for a favorite soda, but then I remembered you said you can't stand soda, correct? What do you think about the DDD redesign and the Return to Dreamland remake? Well, first of all, thank you very much for your question. Second of all, I think he's very cute. I like that recently they've been doing, designs that feel kind of, like, inspired by / in the style and vein of, Kirby 64. Because I think that game's got a real strong art style. And so it's fun to see that sort of played with in more modern Kirbys. Thank you, Enanab, for the 7-month resub. Very much appreciated. Hope you're doing well. I think, the new type of DDD is very cute, very nice to look at. In that sense. Yeah, that's about it for that question, then. Thank you very much for asking that. On to our next one. Hello. You've talked in the past about being a fan of old Something Awful Let's Plays. I spent a lot of my teen years lurking the Let's Play subforum and reading the LP archive, and I gather you might have done the same. Yep. What were some of your favorite LPs? Favorite creators? Are there any you're still following now, whether they be the ones still doing LPs or ones that have moved on to new projects? With appreciation, Big Challenges Dan. P.S. I don't know how you're approaching names on this, but I'm fine with my real name being read on stream. Well, thank you very much for your question. I guess as been made very clear by the fact of how I've been doing this over the past couple of streams, which you didn't know because you sent this before I did any of them. I've just been reading the body of a message exclusively. So, just for the sake of, you know, some people use, like, full-ass legal names for their emails, and some people have their dead names tied to that, and I'm not interested in, you know, doxing or dead-naming someone, so I simply don't. But yeah, I've mentioned a couple of times, a lot of the inspiration that I took for wanting to do sort of, like, stuff like this with regards to, like, you know, videos about video games and, like, you know, exploring them and talking about them and sharing them was, watching a lot of, like, Let's Plays, from, like, you know, Something Awful around, the era of when I was, like, a teen to young adult type of deal. And there was quite a few, that I really, really enjoyed. I really liked the stuff that, Ty Tuesday did. Ty Tuesday's great. I still check out his streams to this day. He's a cool dude. I really enjoyed, the stuff that, like, Medibot and PokeCapin and that whole posse did. I think the, like, they did, like, a series where they went through, like, every single Mario Party at the time, like, in a row. And just did, like, one board each kind of thing. That was a real fun time. Also, they're, like, some of the few people I know that have ever done, like, a video LP of Four Swords Adventures, and captured all of the Game Boy Advance, like, visual inputs with a really hacky setup that I think they called, like, the Giga Quad or something like that. And every now and then I just think about that, because that's a very good name. The Power Squid, right! I'm so glad there are other people in chat that know about this thing. Who else? I guess I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Chip and Ironicus, who I think have done maybe some of the highest quality video LPs in terms of, like, post-production and also, like, quantity of both, like, entertainment and, like, information, and sort of, like, you know, exploration, dissection of, like, you know, what games are, and, like, what makes the games they're playing, if not necessarily good, then at least, like, you know, interesting and compelling. Like, comprehensive is a really good way of describing the kind of thing they do. And it's like... I don't necessarily want to make something exactly like that, because it's not really necessarily my personal style, I feel, but, like, I don't know, watching their stuff, like, inspires me to, like, maybe this is weird, but, like, inspires me to sometime, like, make some sort of, like, long-form discussion about, like, a game that means a lot to me, whether or not that's a video thing, or, like, a text-based thing or something, and just have it be, like, as sort of comprehensive and high effort as, like, something they worked on. Their shit's cool. Their shit's cool. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Block Spider is a very, very high bar set by the kind of work they do, and it's cool as hell. I also checked out some, like, Slow Beef and Diabetes stuff. I think the one that sticks out the most from that was, the Snatcher playthrough that, Slow Beef did. Man, that was a really, really good, another very sort of, like, compelling, in-depth, like, playthrough of something like that. It was really, really cool. Man, that reminds me, I gotta hit up my friend Katie someday. We still want to, play through Snatcher together someday. Snatcher's cool as hell. I feel like there's another one that I'm trying to remember. Dark Id! The Dark Id! Who did a lot of, like, text-based Let's Plays and things like that, and I always really, really enjoyed those. Dark Id is the reason why I know anything about Drakengard. And, like, original Nier. Which is real cool. Dark Id's Drakengard stuff was nice. Yeah, it was a real fun, run-through of... I don't think fun is quite the right word to describe Drakengard. Drakengard is a weird game that's made, bad and difficult to engage with, and not very fun on purpose, it feels like, almost. And... I don't know, it was just an interesting way to experience something like that, which I otherwise would not have wanted to actually play myself. Love the Dark Id stuff, real shame what he's had to deal with. God, yeah. Heart goes out to him. I've had the opportunity to, like, not, like, personally, just kind of, like, you know, offhand message on, like, Twitter, every once in a blue moon, with him. Seems like a real swell dude. Man, I hope he's doing alright. What else? What else? There's probably other names I'm forgetting. I spent a lot of time just kind of looking at the LP sub-forum on Something Awful, because the rest of that fucking forum was kind of miserable. That and the, like, one or two threads in the games forum, because sometimes Josh Sawyer posted there, and it was neat to see him talk about, how the sausage was made for, games that he made. And, you know, over the years, I've like, kind of just stopped going to the website. I've forgotten my login credentials. I don't want to buy a new account or anything like that. I don't care to. And, like, most of the people that, I was, like, watching LP stuff of, it's, you know, it's either all up on the archive, or it's, like, up on YouTube, and, like, a lot of them have moved on, like, nowadays to doing, like, you know, other LP stuff, or doing, like, stream stuff, and it's been really cool, you know, keeping up with that whenever I can. More difficult to do that nowadays, now that I'm, you know, busy doing my own work like this, but, you know, it's still nice to, every now and then pop in and see, the kinds of things that, the people I used to watch and look up to back in the day are still doing to these days. Also, it's still fucking to this day feels weird, that, like, multiple of these people that I used to, like, watch and look up to and be like, man, yeah, I hope someday I can make stuff like this that someone watches and enjoys, and then maybe they want to end up making something like this too. It's weird to think that in a lot of ways I'm, like, contemporaries with some of them, and have, like, gotten to talk to some of them, and I'm, like, even kind of friends with some of them. Sometimes you forget how small the world really is, don't you? I think that's real cool. Thank you very much for your question. Let's move on to our next one. Hello, Holly. Hope you day have been going well. Since I probably won't make it to the stream, I just wanted to say I love your stuff. Oh, thank you very much. Anyways, if you haven't answered this already, what are some of your favorite things you enjoy doing in your free time? Also, do you enjoy doodling and drawing outside of streams? From Munstroff_111, smile. Well, thank you very much for your message. In terms of stuff I like doing in my free time, I do enjoy doing video game stuff, you know, every now and then when I'm free. I've mentioned this a couple of times, that, because this is now, like, a part of, like, you know, my job and my career and, like, how I make money and how I engage with, like, creative things, like, if I can help it, I try to do other things during my free time if I can, because then otherwise I would be spending a very, very significant amount of my days just dedicated to video games, and that's kind of like... I don't think not terribly appealing is the right word, because I really do enjoy video games quite a lot, as both, like, a thing to do and also as a creative medium to explore, but, I don't know, there's a whole lot of things out there in the world to experience and enjoy, and I think it's important to do what you can to, try and broaden your horizons in that sense. Thank you! I think I forgot to shout this out. Thank you to Katamine for the 19-month resub, and thank you Nursed TV for the 4 months. Much appreciated. So yeah, you know, there's video games. Other than that, I enjoy reading. I enjoy, like, sci-fi and fantasy stuff, and I also lately have been on kind of a kick for, fucking... what I can only lovingly describe as my acquired taste for sad, gruff dad detective fiction. Every now and then I like doing a bit of creative writing. Haven't quite done it as much recently, but it's fun to do every now and then, to dabble in when the mood takes me. I enjoy gardening. I like doing, like, outdoorsy stuff with, like, plants, especially, like, fruits and vegetables. But flowers is also nice. I like... Can I rightly say that I don't want to fucking update Git? Why are you telling me to download, install, and update for Git during the middle of a stream? No! I'm in the middle of a fucking question here! I don't know if you can rightly say going for walks is a hobby, but, it's a thing I enjoy doing in my free time, is, you know, going to, like, parks and stuff. Checking out, like, plant life growing around there, going out by the waterways and stuff. Do quite like that. I like bird watching. I do like going out and looking at birds. I like cooking. I haven't had as many opportunities as I'd like to lately to cook. And that's at least partly because, you know, I'm still living with my folks and they do like doing the cooking themselves sometimes. And also, their tastes in foods are kind of different than mine, and so it's like whenever I'm like, oh, I kind of want to try cooking something, it usually ends up just being for myself. But cooking is fun. I think food is really cool. I like reading about like the history of food and how like food and the relationship it has to, like, different cultures sort of, like, you know, evolved over the years, and as different peoples have, like, you know, met and mingled and things like that. Stuff like that's fascinating. And then you get to eat a cool thing. I like plants in general, and, like, botany, and, like, reading about, like, plant and, like, agricultural science stuff, and it kind of all flies, a lot of it flies over my head, but it's still interesting to, you know, try and keep up with sometimes and try and make sense of. Plants is cool. Do I keep any plants? Not really, but I help my parents and stuff do, like, gardening at home right now. That's kind of like keeping plants. We got, some tomato plants and some pepper plants and some garlic that we like growing. We got some rhubarb as well. We harvested a bunch of the rhubarb the other day. I think all of it that was still left. Because the frost is starting to come in. I do help with Dad's bonsais, that's true. What else do I like doing off stream? A whole bunch of stuff if I have free time and I can help it. Those are at least the big ones right now. That at least like come to mind immediately. Do I enjoy doodling and drawing outside of streams? It's fun enough. I just don't really do it particularly often because I'm not super good at it, and I don't necessarily want to be super good at it, and so I don't have any reason to ever do any drawing other than, like, if the mood strikes me, kind of thing. To all the folks just asking random questions in chat, I'm not answering chat questions, I'm answering questions that people emailed me. Maybe if I have the time and energy at the end, I'll just, like, open up the floor for random questions, but, at the moment, I am just reading stuff that folks sent me. Yeah, it's fun every now and then to, like, pick up a pencil or boot up a paint program and just kind of scribble around for a bit. Yeah, I think that covers most of the big things that I've been enjoying doing lately. Every now and then I like trying to dabble in, like, programming stuff, but I still honestly feel kind of burnt out about it after, like, college and my previous job. But I do still like reading about computer-related stuff and, like, you know, the history of, like, hardware and software, and different things like that. That's fun. I do enjoy that aspect of it. Thank you for your questions. Moving on to our next one. Hi! If you're calling people by their names for the stream, call me Hella. Okay. My question is, what Bionicle sets have you owned / do you still own? Do you have any sets on display? If you could have any Bionicle set that you do not own, which one would it be? Thanks! Well, thank you very much for your question, Hella. I'll put it this way. Sometimes I think it might be faster to list the sets that I don't own. I own a lot of Bionicle. Most of the money that I had as a youngin', and most of the gifts that I asked for throughout the years were Bionicles. So I do in fact own quite a fair few number of them. I own, like, most of Gen 1 except for the Rahi. I own all of Gen 2. Most of Gen 3. I didn't get, like, the little Matoran. And I never got, the crab or the bird. That brings us up to, like, Makuta and Takanuva. I had those. I owned a bunch from Metro Nui. I never got, Kreka, the blue ape. I never got him. I never got the cyber ape. And then, sort of after that, is where I started falling off a little bit. Because I just wasn't really into the Vizirac stuff. I got a bunch of the spiders. I got all the Toho Hordika. I didn't get any of the Rahaga. I don't think I got any of the big sets that, series. I didn't get any, from, the Paraka series. I didn't save the All-American Rejects. I didn't get any of the Mari Nui sets. That's kind of when I started being interested again in, like, the idea of picking up sets for myself. But I heard that, like, some of the plastics and build quality were kind of shit, in that era, while LEGO was trying to figure out, like, more sustainable, like, plastic practices. They were, unfortunately, kind of brittle. So I didn't get any of those. And also, apparently, the, like, squid launchers were just a bad fucking gimmick. That, like, just didn't work. Even after a couple, like, revisions. extremely heard about the lime green joints in particular. It was lime green and, like, light orange that were the problem ones. Yeah, I heard that the other blasters were a fun thing at least, but the squid launchers, like, seemed like they sucked, big shits. With apologies to any toilets out there, I guess. I need a drink, hang on. Then it was the series after that I started collecting again. I got, which of the Toa did I get? I think I got, like, 3 of them. I got, like, Tahu and Kopaka. I think I got Gali with the like, funny flying armor, and I got a couple of the Makuta from that series. I think it was a Toys R Us exclusive from around when Toys R Us was, like, fucking shutting down. And I got one of the big, like, mech sets that's, like, kind of like a spider walker with, like, a mounted gun on it. And I got, Toa Ignica, or Toa Inika, or whatever he was called. He's on a surfboard. I love that set. Very cool, like, shape on the board. Cool looking, just, like, you know, Toa model. The light orange joints are very fragile, and I've already broken one of them, and I'm so sad about it, and I might have to, like, look into ordering, like, a fan-made, like, 3D printed replacement for one of the ball joint bits so that I can fix my poor boy. And then I think I bought all of the first wave of the Glatorian. And then it was again the period of, well, these are expensive and I need to worry about money, so I stopped buying them. And then I was like, finally when it was the point of like, alright, well, I'm doing a little bit better money-wise now. Maybe I can look into buying them again. And that's when Bionicle Stars happened, and it was like, oh, I don't really like any of these sets. So I didn't. And then Series 2 came out a couple years later, and I thought the sets were okay, but by that point I wasn't super interested in buying more sets. I liked the hammer guy, though, in Series 2. The, I guess the stand-in that they had for Matanui, but they didn't bring back Matanui, so he was a different guy. And he had, like, a cool hammer, and he got to hammer stuff. Good for him. I just like hammers. If I could have any Bionicle set that I do not own, which one would it be? Realistically, I would want the Cardus Dragon from the Paraka series, because it's a cool fucking build. And I could also disassemble it, and I could build Axon and Brutaka. Axon and Brutaka are two of the funniest sets, because, well, this is Axon. He's named that because he has a big fucking axe. And this is Brutaka. He's named that because he's brutal. And stuff like that is always the funniest shit in the world to me. And also you can build them into a cool dragon. Other than that, the sort of like Glatorian series and the one that happened immediately after that had some really cool vehicle sets. And I always kind of wanted them. There was like another spider tank one that had even more like tank to it, where like it actually had like treads that it could fold up into, and then it could like unfold and walk around on legs. That shit's cool. I like it when you have like Lego Technic sets that have like a transforming feature like that. I eat that shit up, which is probably like explains a lot about why I like Transformers. But that shit's cool to me. I like it when toys have like a shape-changing gimmick like that, or a transforming gimmick. It's cool. It's fun to me. I think that's everything you asked. Looks like it. Thank you very much for your question. Moving on to our next one. First off, happy birthday. Hope you have a good one and many more. Second, do you have any cartoons, anime, or web series you've been watching and recommend to other people? Like ones you've been binging or following since the start? or just your favorites overall. Sent from Yahoo Mail on Android. Well, thank you very much for your question, Yahoo Mail on Android. I don't really watch a lot of cartoons nowadays. I don't really watch a lot of TV in general nowadays. Most of what I watch has been, like, much older shows that I've been watching with friends. Like, the only thing I can really rightly say in terms of, like, animated series that I've watched recently is fucking Star Trek the Animated Series, which is from, like, the 70s. And isn't even necessarily, like, super good animation. It's just a goofy, fun thing to watch. I haven't really kept up with any anime recently. I think the most recent thing I watched was Symphogear. That was a couple of years ago by this point. I do really like Symphogear quite a lot. It's unfortunately like a lot of maybe not even a lot of, but a lot of this sort of like anime that I've seen on the up and up lately, where it's like, yeah, this series gets kind of weird and leery about, like, the bodies of teenage girls, which I'm not super hot on. I kind of wish they didn't. It's not, like, egregiously bad, but it does happen sometimes, and it's like, man, come on. But, like, other than that, it's a real fun series. I like it a lot. It's kind of as explicitly lesbian as you can get without just outright going, hi, I'm the main character, I'm a lesbian, and this is my wife. Pop Team Epic I haven't kept up with very recently, but I remember watching some of that and really enjoying that. Feel like stuff like that is the main reason you avoid anime? I mean, that's not even necessarily an issue with anime specifically. It's just an issue with, like, a lot of media. It keeps happening. It sucks. Nothing else really immediately comes to mind in terms of, like, stuff I've been keeping up with. And I already answered a question about, like, comics and webcomics and stuff, last stream, so that base is already covered. But, yeah, I guess it's kind of outside of my, my purview of, like, stuff I really, I suppose, like, not quite pay attention to, but, like, I guess actively seek out, I suppose. Has Mr. One Character been jumping on that block this whole time? Yeah, he's so good at it, and he's so talented, and he's doing such a good job. Everyone in chat right now, you have to say thank you, Mr. One Character. You have to say thank you, Mr. One Character, right now. I guess podcasts do kind of count as, like, a web series, don't they? Now that I think about it. I haven't been keeping up with it as much as I want to. Both of them, but, one, Friends at the Table. Friends at the Table is really fucking good. Friends at the Table is fucking phenomenal, and I gotta get... maybe not necessarily caught up on that, but man, I gotta sit down and listen to more of that at some point soon. And I guess also on the topic of, like, Something Awful Let's Play stuff, and, like, keeping up with things they do nowadays, 6 Feet Under is another really good, like, actual play, RPG podcast that does, like, stuff with, like, a bunch of really interesting systems. You should check that out. That's kind of what got me, aware of, 13th Age as, like, a system out there that exists, and, like, man, I want to fucking play. I want to fucking play 13th Age someday. I gotta find someone who wants to DM that, and or make myself want to DM someday. But yeah, they do a lot of cool stuff, too. And I haven't necessarily been keeping up with them lately, which is a shame. But one of these days I want to sit down and listen to more of their stuff. Quite liked what I have listened to, though. I guess that about does it for that question. Thank you very much. Moving on to our next one. Bees? Yeah. Thank you for your message. Moving on to our next one. Hello, Holly Hollow-Tones. My question for you is if there was any place on Earth, or perhaps not on Earth, another universe maybe, that you have always wished to visit one day or intend to make a pilgrimage to sometime in the future. Personally, I've always wanted to go to Iceland to see my favorite things, ice and land. Thanks for being such a great streamer. From Wesley. P.S. Here's a mud dog for your trouble. Hang on, let me, Can I download this? Can I download this? Let me download Mud Dog. Also, Brady wanted me to put something on stream, that I forgot. Give me just a second to save these pics. First of all... no, I didn't want that source. I wanted an image source. Give me just a moment to wrangle this. Let me get it on my desktop. Brady really wanted me to put this on stream and show everyone. Oh, there was specifically text I had to include with it. I had to sneeze. Excuse me! There you go. I hope you like it. And now let me get, this other one. This is Mud Dog. I hope you like it. Anyways, what was the question? I was so enraptured with Mud Dog that I forgot about the actual question. So slopped up on a Monday night. Let's fucking go. Right, anywhere that I would want to go in the world. I have honestly always really wanted to go to Iceland. It seems like a cool place with a lot of pretty scenery. I've also kind of wanted to go to Greenland, which is the icy one, as opposed to Iceland, which is the green one. But I like icy places. I think those are also cool looking. Where else? I've heard a lot of friends talk about cool things in California. So there's a bunch of stuff I'd like to visit there someday. I'd like to visit Australia. Australia also sounds like a nice place to visit if I can somehow get myself to bear the heat. And also just because I've got, like, some family ties to there, I'd like to someday be able to go to, Atlantic Canada and, Scotland and Ireland and visit those someday. I think it would be cool. Took until the images went up for you to realize the stream has been showing the same frame for most of the past hour? No. Mr. One Character has been climbing up that block the whole time. That's not one frame. That's moving. Oh, you mean on your end? Uh-oh, that's scary. That's scary. Yeah. Travel is expensive, and also there is a global pandemic, but it's nice to dream sometimes. Thank you for your question. Moving on to our next one. Do you have a favorite beverage? What's the best food that goes with your favorite beverage? Also, water counts as a beverage regardless of what Google.com says. Question asker. Well, thank you for your question, question asker. Favorite beverage, like just one particular beverage? Either lemonade or green tea. I like both for very different reasons. And they're very good. Best food that goes with them. For lemonade, specifically, personally, I think about, like, barbecue or, like, diner or fair food type of stuff. So, like, you know, greasy spoon type ordeal, like a hamburger or a hot dog, things like that. As far as green tea, for some reason my mind immediately jumps to Indian food, even though usually when I'm having tea with Indian food, it's chai. Chai is really good. But, usually when I'm just having green tea, I don't really have anything with it. I'm just kind of having it by itself. It's good. Don't do green tea, but you love matcha-flavored stuff? I think I've had a matcha-flavored something once in my life, and I thought it was pretty good, and then I've never had any ever since. It's been many, many years. Thanks for your question. Thanks for letting me think about drinks for a bit. Here is our next one. Alright, so here's our next question. Sent from my iPhone. Well, thank you very much for your question. Moving on to our next one. Let's see. I think I actually answered this one already. It was, questions about, like, voice training stuff, and how I basically am just all kind of self-taught, like, kind of brute-forcing my way into making my voice sound the way it does, and not really looking up or following much in the way of resources, unfortunately. But I wish you all the best in that regard. So I suppose we can move on to our next one, then. What's the funniest way you've ever been hurt or nearly hurt? Well, thank you very much for your question. I can think of two. The first one was when I was much younger, and I was over at, like, a family friend's house, and we were playing hide-and-seek, and I needed to find somewhere to hide. And I was like, oh shit, what's the ultimate place to hide where no one will find me? No one will ever think to find me. I know. I've got it. I'm gonna climb up on the roof. I'm gonna hide on the roof. I'm just gonna be on the roof and no one's ever gonna be able to find me. And it's gonna be great. And so I went on the roof. And so I'm up there. I'm hanging out. No one's found me. I'm feeling good. And I can't remember if it was either I heard someone start climbing up the ladder that I had climbed up to hide, or if it was just like no one was coming to find me, they had all given up kind of thing. But for some reason, I was like, alright, I have to get down. I've got to get off this roof. And my fucking brain immediately went to, well, I could climb down the ladder, like I did. But that's not fast. What if I did a big jump like a Super Mario? And, well, the grass is soft, so it'll cushion the blow, right? And so I jump off the roof, and I fall on the ground, and this is the first time in my life that I discover that if you can take a really intense fall and knock the wind out of you. I don't know if anyone else has ever experienced that, where it just kind of is like you, like, it feels almost like you've just, like, sprained your lungs and your diaphragm, and, like, suddenly you just can't, like, breathe in and out anymore. Don't recommend it. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. I thought I was actually going to die. I thought that my young life was over that day. And then I very slowly, very gradually started, being able to breathe in and out real slow, real small again. Going from hyperventilating to, being able to breathe again. Unpleasant. Wouldn't recommend it. Immediately after that, we played Yoshi's Story. And, that's why every time I think about the day that I got the fucking wind knocked out of me and thought that I was going to die, I also think about Yoshi's Story. The other one was one time I was visiting a friend, in the States. And it was just after I was leaving and I was going back home, and I took a flight from the west coast of the United States to BC. I was just fine. Yeah. I mean, I'm still here, aren't I? I'm still living. I mean, I've got respiratory issues, and I have no idea if that was somehow caused by that incident, but, I'm still here. And I would simply try to avoid making a fall like that ever again, because now I'm older and my body's much more fragile. And so, I'm at the Vancouver airport, and I need to get my connecting flight from there back home to Quebec. And I'd like to preface the story by saying, I don't like Air Canada. Try to avoid flying with Air Canada if you can help it. Every time I've flown with them, there's been some sort of horrible delay that's either resulted in me, like, having to wait several hours for another flight, or resulting in the story I'm about to tell. So I get to Vancouver after they're like, oh yeah, we apologize for the inconvenience. Your flight, you know, from the States to here was a little bit late. We hope you're willing to, you know, understand and, you know, accept our apology and all that. So I'm like, oh, okay, great. Well, at least you understand that, like, you know, this is a connecting flight from one place to another, and that I have to get on a different flight, right? So you're gonna wait for that flight, like, for me to, like, check in before you take off that flight, right? No. So I have to fucking book it across an airport that I'm unfamiliar with to try and get to my fucking terminal. I have to speedrun going through customs. And I'm just like, listen, you gotta understand, I'm about to be late for a flight. I need to get through this right now. Do you think we could maybe, like, expedite this and hurry this up somehow? And God bless them, the people at the border when you're going from the States to Canada, so much nicer than when you're going from Canada to the States. At least when you're, like, me, who is white, and, you know, at the time, very much passing as a dude. So, all that considered, they were like, you know what, sure, we'll try and keep this fast. I hope you're able to catch your flight. Have a safe trip. And so I get through, I have to fucking mad dash with my suitcase wheeling behind me, through an unfamiliar airport to get to, like, elevators and escalators to get where I need to go so I can get on my fucking flight home. And even on a good day, I'd like to describe myself as a little bit klutzy, a little bit clumsy. You know, my sense of balance, she ain't all there, among other things. It's fine, it's the way I am, it's my charm point. The area of the airport that I was running through is covered in shag carpet, or something similar to it. It's carpeted floor. And while I'm fucking running on this, I, like, kind of scuff my foot, and it, like, drags in a weird friction way that not at all is what my body is expecting. And so I take a tumble, I swear to God, I do a fucking front flip in midair, land flat on my fucking face, have so much speed and momentum from me fucking running that I slide across the floor and get real fucking nasty rug burns on my knees and legs that is completely, like, rubs away the skin there. And I'm just like, this fucking stings, dude! This sucks! I hate this! I'm miserable right now! And so now I also have to make a mad dash to the nearest bathroom to get some fucking tissues or something on this to try and help the bleeding. And so I'm running, there's, like, elevators nearby, I'm like, okay, fuck, I can make it, I can make it. They start closing on me, and I swear to God, I just scream, fuck! And a very polite-looking man, who just looks very happy and smiling, sees me coming and screaming, and just very politely puts his hand out and holds the elevator open. Just seeing me, I'm a fucking mess, there's blood running down both of my legs, my hair is a mess, and I look like I got out of a tornado, and I get in the elevator, and I'm like, oh my God, thank you so much! I've been having such a rough time, I'm just trying to get to a flight, I'm gonna be late, it means a lot that you held the elevator open for me, and I swear to God, this man just goes, no problem. I am from China. Dudes rock! And I was just like, very thankful and kind of bewildered, so I wanted to make, you know, like, polite small talk, and I was like, oh, that's really cool. Where are you from in China? And, you know, I don't remember exactly where he said, because at that point, the kind of shock had worn off, so I don't quite remember all of it. But I was just kind of like, oh, that's cool. I hope you enjoy your time here in Canada. And he was like, thank you. I hope you have a safe flight home. And then I immediately had to start running again to a bathroom and then check in for my flight. I quite literally almost didn't make it on that flight home. Like, the attendant was like, well, the flight's about to take off, we're about to leave, and I was like, my fucking flight here was late. My flight on your airline was late, and I know you're not personally responsible for this, but I need to get on that fucking flight home. And I think the fact that I was mad, but trying not to be mad at her personally, combined with the fact that she could see fucking blood running down both my legs, I think she was just, like, took pity on me and was like, yeah, okay, you can go. You can get on. At the time, mortifying, miserable, in retrospect, pretty fucking funny. Thank you for your question. Moving on to our next one. This is quite a long one, with quite a few. So let's get to it. Hi, Holly. First-time emailer, frequent lurker, and occasional fan artist, September here. First off, I'd like to wish you a happy birthday. Mine's on the 20th. Birthday, neighbors! Hey, hell yeah. Happy already birthday to you, too. As well as a congratulations for getting to work on the Stanford Sweepstakes stream. Wow! Oh, I guess we've reached the point of questions coming in after the spam stream happened. I have a few questions, if that's okay with you. Yes, it is. Number one, how did you get to meet the entire RTVS crew? And did you think that your friendship would last through time and into creative collaboration? Number two, how did you get Lola? And please know that I would love to give Lola pets and treats and pets. Number three, do you have a favorite cuisine? If so, what? Also, possibly a favorite dish from that cuisine. I want to get back into cooking. Finally, I'd just like to give a quick thank you for the laughs. They mean a lot and have helped a lot. And also, for the Gaugar stream, my friends found it on my YouTube recommended feed and played it onto my TV, and it proceeded to make us laugh so hard we started crying. From September, aka the official vampire. Thank you so much for your message, and thank you for your questions. And also, I'm sorry that I almost hurt you with with my oh fine. For your first question, I already answered the whole, you know, how we met thing, so I guess I can just move on to the rest of it. Thank you, MythSoul, for the 26-month reset, much appreciated. Did I think that our friendship would last through time and into creative collaboration? It's the kind of thing where it's like, we've known each other for so long, and been friends for so long, that I just always kind of figured that, like, yeah, probably to some degree, to some capacity, these folks are always going to be, you know, a part of my life. And, you know, we've always been the sort to just, like, you know, make goofs at each other and do, like, make things for each other to make each other laugh kind of thing. So I figured we would maybe at least to some capacity be doing that, if not necessarily, like, as our jobs, like, making making things on the internet and, like, presenting our, like, comedy and our art to people, in that sense. But I always figured I would at least, you know, every now and then be making a dumb picture to send to my friends to be like, hey, check this out. How did we get Lola? We adopted her. She was a foster cat, that we heard about, and we were like, you know, I think it's time for us to get another cat. After our, it was a couple of years after my childhood cat Boots had passed on, so we were like, why don't we adopt another one? And she was She was staying with like a foster person at the time, and was like, well, you know, Lolo's a real sweet cat. I'd like, you know, you can take her on for a bit, and then I'll come over and see how she's doing, just to see if you guys are, like, you know, the ones for her, make sure she's a good fit for you. And Lola and also the person that was taking care of her at first kind of both, like, fell in love with us more or less immediately, and so it was like, yeah, you can keep her. And she's been my little sweetheart ever since, for quite a few years now. I think that was like... My god, it's been a hot minute. Sometime after I graduated high school, before my, like, several years of college and other post-high school education. She's my little friend. She's my little old girl now, and I love her very much. Do I have a favorite cuisine? I don't think I have just one that's, like, my favorite. But I think my top 3 are probably... in, like, no particular order. Italian... Indian... and Greek. And... this isn't top 3 anymore, now I'm just saying other ones I really like. Cantonese... and West African, which I haven't had enough opportunities to try more of, but one of my dad's friends and coworkers, she's a real sweetheart. Every now and then she'll just be like, oh yeah, by the way, I cooked a bunch of food, here you go for you and your family, and it is always the primo shit. I'm trying to... I had literally pulled up tabs last time, and then never got around to this question, of, like, some of the food examples. There was, like, this one rice dish, jollof rice, I think is what it's called, and I'm probably not pronouncing that right, and so I apologize profusely. It's like a Senegalese dish, I believe. It's so fucking good. Oh, man, it's so good. A lot of West African food has this really interesting, warm, sort of, like, spice flavor profile to it. It is real good. There's also a lot of, like, really good sort of, like, fried or stewed fish meals that are real good stuff. It's good. It's good. Check it out. What else? What else? I guess there was, like a question about, like, specific foods from those cuisines and stuff. Jollof rice is one of those dishes that will make someone angry no matter where you claim it's from. That's awesome! Oh, my fucking god! Nox! Jamaican food! That's another one! Jamaican food fucking rules! How can I fucking forget? All of my fucking Jamaican friends right now are so disappointed in me. Holly's had so many food experiences. Listen, there's a lot about living, in Quebec and, like, in and around the major Montreal area that I do not like. One of the things that I unequivocally do just really appreciate about it, there's a lot of different, like, foods from lots of different cultures, that you get to enjoy and experience around here. It's fucking good. It's fucking good. It's fucking good. Your dad took you to get roti the other day, you fell asleep immediately afterwards? Oh, that's the good shit. Oh, that's the good shit. Holly will one day challenge Balp's food knowledge. Why challenge? Love is love. Also, Lebanese food, which in itself is probably a bit of a broad category, because when a lot of people say and think Lebanese food, they think, like, a whole, like, host of different, like, cultural foods in and around, like, the Middle East. But man, I fucking love me some falafel. Falafel is good as hell. I guess the point here being there's a lot of really good food out there in the world, and, I think it is absolutely a good thing to try and go out there and expand your palate however you can, as well as meeting, whatever dietary requirements or habits that you have that you gotta be mindful of. Food good. Food good. Yeah, there's lots of food out there that I've barely been able to try that I want to try more of. Like, I don't think there's like a terribly large presence of like Mexican food where I live, which is a shame because every time I hear about people like living in the States at all, let alone, you know, living in like the South or like the West, talking about like the kind of food they have there, it's like, oh fuck, you don't know how good you have it. I still have fucking dreams about the tamales I had when I went to Washington State, and we went to this little like basically hole in the wall like family run Mexican restaurant. Oh my god, those tamales were some of the best fucking things I've ever eaten. Fuck, dude. I've also, like, never really had a lot of Korean food. Which I need to fucking fix one day, because all the Korean food I've had has been really goddamn good. Hole-in-the-wall restaurants are the best type. Right, yeah, like, I've talked about it a couple of times. One of my favorite places to get, like, soup and noodles is, this little place in Montreal called... Oh, yo! We got a raid! Thank you, Gross Streams, for the raid. I hope you had yourself a wonderful time today. I think one of my favorite restaurants for, like, soup and noodle is, it's this little hole in the wall in Montreal called, Le Roi du Wonton, which I've mentioned a couple times. I think I literally mentioned it, on my previous Q&A stream. And it's this little family-run place run by, like, two, like, women and I think their mom. And they make basically everything by hand. Best fucking wonton soup I've had in my goddamn life. A second raid? From... How did two combo? How did they let you do two in a row? The rare double raid. It's here. It's happened. Well, thank you very much once again. One of the best restaurants ever is the size of a photo mat right across from a Home Depot in your hometown. Oh, that does sound good. Oh, that does sound good. I haven't had a lot of, like, Malay and Singaporean. Is it Singaporean? Is that the right word for that? I haven't had a lot of food from that area of the world, but the little bits I've gotten to try. Oh, that's good. Oh, buddy, that's good. You know that one picture of the dog that I talked about that I think I saw in a dream or something where it was like stretched out and the text just says like, oh, that looks so good. That's me anytime I think about food. I gotta fucking find that picture again so I can have it. Do you have the image? Nox, do you have the image? Send me the image. I'll put it up on stream when I get back from the break. Thank you, Pyro, for the raid. Wait, I saw you in chat! Did you just do your own stream somehow? Or are you doing a goof at me? I do gotta get up and have a stretch, though. So I'm gonna toss on... yeah, the hosts are gone, aren't they? That's a bummer. I'm still sad about that. I can be sad about that some other time, though. I'm gonna get up and have a stretch. I'm gonna run a couple ads, which is the opportunity for you to get up and have yourself a stretch for, 3 to 5 minutes. I'll be back real soon. The stream can now continue. Thank you to Nox for sending me that. I bet some of the old heads out there probably remember this, but if you don't, this is a meme that I saw in a dream once, I think. Or something like that. I don't quite remember exactly. I'm an old head and I don't remember. Alright, we're moving on to our last set of 30 or so emails. So let's start with this one. What do you think about snails? Please be nice to them, okay. Okay. Thank you for your message. Snails are cute. I like seeing them. It makes me smile and clap my hands when I see a little snail slugging along somewhere. Cute little guys. Thank you for your message. Said it, I saw it in a dream and someone recreated it and we've loved it since. Hell yeah, let's go. Here is our next one. Have you seen any nice creatures lately? Also, do you like gardening or taking care of any plants? Please give Lola so many pets and kisses for me, thank you. Thank you very much for your message. Please understand I give Lola so many pets and kisses every day, as much as I can. And she's insatiable. It's not enough, so I have to give her more. But I love doing it. And I'm always doing it, unless she's asleep, in which case I'm not doing it. Or unless I'm busy, in which case I'm not doing it unless she comes to meow at me. In which case I am doing it. Have I seen any nice creatures lately? I mean, on the topic of snails, I saw a couple little snail shells the other day when I went for a walk. Those were nice. Seen some cool birds lately. There was... I don't know what it was, and it haunts me to this day. I think, like, the other day when I was just, like, hanging out with Puzz, like, on call, just, like, together, just shooting shit. I saw, like, this massive fucking bird, like, perched on a... like, a power line or a phone line, like, near my house. And I was just like, what are you? What is that? And, like, I didn't have enough time to, like, try and look up, like, its features to, like, try and identify it before it decided it was going away, and I couldn't get a picture of it fast enough. But it was a big fucking thing. Real big guy. I'm convinced it was some kind of bird of prey. Like, we do have hawks sometimes around here. Maybe it was some kind of hawk? I don't know. Mystery. Other than that, you know, I see cats and dogs and stuff when I go out for walks. I don't know if you would consider those creatures, but, they're certainly a creature of a sort. And the other day I saw a ladybug. Or at the very least some kind of bug that looked like a ladybug. I'm not sure. Thank you very much for your message. Moving on to our next one. Here we go. Hi Holly, long-time listener, first-time caller. Wanted to preface this by saying that your streams and contributions to the many varying communities inspires me dearly, and strengthens me greatly against all odds. I've always wanted to make people smile and laugh, have a good time, and have some smiles amidst even the worst of times. Hosting your streams on Discord with my closest friends has given me no ends of laughter, joys, and camaraderie, and even the dorkiest of video game accomplishments. That being said, I've got a question for you. In most or all of your time streaming and entertaining, what would you say are some of your favorite aspects of streaming? Let me know if you can, and thank you for everything, from Blue Graves. Well, thank you very much for your message, Blue Graves. My favorite part about streaming, my favorite aspect of it is just the fact that it's live, you know? Like, again, like, I've talked about how, like, growing up, a lot of my inspirations was, like, Something Awful Let's Players and stuff like that, and, like, those are all, like, you know, really interesting explorations of, video games, and sharing that with other people, like, you know, whether that's through the lens of, like, analysis, or, using it as a platform for comedy, or, like, some mix of both of those, or, like, you know, other things in between or outside of that. And, like, you know, that's all well and good, I think, that you're sharing and making for an audience and things like that. That's interesting and compelling in its own right. This is live, though. And, like, I don't know, that feeling of, like, not necessarily of it being off the cuff, but the feeling of it being, like, a thing that I'm sharing in the moment, and people, like, in that moment are able to, you know, talk about it and comment on it, and then it's like, from there, like, you know, people can respond, and people can like, react based on that. Things, like, I'm just saying a lot of words here, but, like, the thing that I like about streaming the most is that it's a conversation. A live stream is, at least the way I like to do it, it can be, it's not for everyone, but a live stream, in a lot of ways, like, is a conversation. And I think that's, like, really unique and interesting, is, like, a sort of like a venue for performance and for entertainment and analysis, is just having it be, like, something that people can talk about and, like, respond to as it happens, and, like, you know, build things off from there. Something about that is just really cool and interesting, getting to, like, share moments like that with, like, other people, and to know that they're, like, you know, watching and responding to it. Something about that is really compelling and fascinating to me. I don't know, I just think it's cool, you know? I hope that at least made some sort of semblance of sense, because I feel like when I'm saying this out loud, I'm just kind of saying the same thing over and over again and not really making my point as clear as I'd like to, but hopefully you get the gist of what I mean. Thank you for your message. Here's our next one. Can you? Well, thank you very much for your message. I cannot. Here's our next one. Excuse me. And this one comes in from Nox, a friend of the stream, moderator. You know him, you love him. That's right. The Elvis Eater himself, Nox Bebop. Hey, Holly. Long-time viewer, first-time questioner. I think you've been asked this plenty, but I can't remember. Have you ever considered doing speedrun attempts for a stream, even as a bit? Anyways, here's my bit. Thanks! Drill America 36-Piece2-MM49-MM Black's Oxide Coded HSS Twist Drill Bit in the Twist Drill Bits department at Lowe's.com. Well, thank you very much for your message. I want you to know the image that you tried to include broke completely. But the fact that all of that descriptor text is there is really fucking funny. No, you didn't send a link! You sent a broken image where, like, the fucking hypertext, or whatever you call it, was retained. Have I considered doing speedrun attempts for a stream? Yes. I technically did that for Peppa Pig, but outside of that, yes. Even as a bit, yes. Can I be more specific than that? No. Because if I do it, it's gonna be a surprise. All I can say, as I'm looking at the screen, smiling so sweetly, I can't even rightly say please look forward to it, because I don't know if I'm fucking going to. But please look forward to it. That was a fun question, someone being just like, hey, are you ever gonna do this specific bit? And me just being like, little do they know, I have multiple plans. Thank you very much for that. Let's see. Hello, Holly. Hi, hello, hi. Hope you are having day. I really procrastinated on sending this because I can't really think of much interesting to ask, and honestly, if this isn't even read by you, it's all cools, but I am putting effort into being a part of things I enjoy, and this is a cool thing, so here I am. My question. If BB had a whole world to BB's self, and you could visit there, would it be better than Earth to live there, or would it be just a nice cozy place to visit on a nice day or two? Thank you for being very nice and also fantastic and aspiring person to exist just in general, as well as being on the internet for many to smile. Also, thankies to everyone in the community, very nice, so lovely. I feel so warmed and welcome to say hello and hi to everyone so much. I especially everyone who congratulated me on my first public social transition moment. You are so wonderful. I have love for all and so many. Have so nice a day and a success for rest of stream. Blessings forever. Alice Crystalline, real. P.S. Sorry for my mess of typing. I am ill and exhausted today. Wish you the best, though. Message clipped. That's the scary part of that message. At the bottom, it just says, message clipped. That puts the fear in my heart, but thank you very much for your message. That was very sweet. I quite liked reading that, when that first came in. If there was an entire world for a BB and I could visit there, would it be better than Earth, or would it just be a nice cozy place to visit? Well, BB's entire world is a little folder in my computer, so... I like to imagine it would be kind of like visiting, a save game of, like, one of those virtual pet games or something like that. Describing Teo, the magic planet? Kind of! I was thinking more like Pets with a Z or Wobble Dogs or something, but that's good. I like that. Isn't that the plot of Deltarune? No, the plot of Deltarune is that Chris and Susie fall into the closet, have a wonderful adventure in the darkness world with all their friends, the toys, and Rousey is there too. But yeah, in my mind, BB has always, or basically always at least, been like a virtual pet type of animal, and so I think that would be a cute little thing to visit someday, even if only in the context of here is a video game / here is a, I don't know, a virtual exhibit thing that's made to feel like a video game sort of thing, you know? Could be cool. Thank you very much for the nice message. Moving on to our next one. Happy birthday, Holly! I decided to just make this a fun question instead of something serious. What do you think the best possible birthday gift would be? Hope you have a great day! From You Can Call Me Knuckles. Thank you very much for your question, You Can Call Me Knuckles. I thought about this for a while, and spent a long time thinking about it. And I think I came up with, two answers. And one of them was, enough money that I could go visit, like, my partner for a month, and also she wouldn't have to worry about school or work for a month, and so we could just spend time together for a month. Which, you know, isn't exactly a feasible gift. But this is, you know, pie in the sky, perfect world type of thing. Other than that... I came up with a second answer that was, like, really funny. And I remember thinking, man, this is so fucking funny. Everyone is gonna laugh so hard when they hear me say this. And I'm realizing now I've completely forgotten it. So, please just pretend I said something that was uproariously funny about a birthday gift, and, you know, laugh and smile and clap your hands in the chat response, I guess. Thank you again for your message, Knuckles. Moving on to our next one. Happy birthday, Holly. Hope you're having a good one. What is your self-mock? I'm assuming they mean self-mock in the sense of, like, mock is a term in the, like, Lego and Bionicle community, that stands for my own creation. And I'm assuming self-mock means, like, ones that I've made myself rather than ones that represent me. So I'm gonna work on that assumption. If you don't have one / don't want to share, what kind of Bionicle would you be if you had to be one? Then there's a long bit of text talking about the legality of showing Bionicle stuff on stream, which is, I mean, I appreciate the effort, but that's never something I've been worried about. I know that I can very much do that and get away with that. That's never been, like, a pressing concern as far as, like, me putting together the Bionicle lore stream and, like, me worrying about having to deal with that. The main thing getting in the way of that is, like, oh god, I have to sit down and make a big thing, which takes time. Thanks for taking the time to read my email. This is the first email I've written in a casual setting, so sorry if any of it comes across as weird. No apologies needed. You are fine. Best birthday wishes from Jumbles. Well, thank you very much for your message, Jumbles. I think I briefly talked about like a mock that I had made when I was younger, like a couple of things like that in the previous stream. I don't remember all the specifics of what I said and what I didn't say, so I'm just going to assume that I said all the interesting stuff there. So I'll answer the other question you asked. What kind of Bionicle would you be if you had to be one? Which is a fun question. I'd like to think I mean, I'm sure everyone likes to think, you know, if they would be a character in a story, they would probably be, one of the characters what has powers and plot significance and not just, like, I don't know, some dude who works at a pizzeria or whatever, but that would be pretty funny. Now that I, you know, say that and think about it. So I guess in terms of if I would be a Toa or something, I know there's some whole deal about how, like, oh, specific, you know, sets of powers are gender-locked for whatever goddamn reason, and so you can only have these ones if you're a woman and only these ones if you're a man, but even when I was a kid, I thought that was a hawk of shit. Before I, you know, started having advanced understandings and thoughts about gender. So... probably I would want my power to be Sonic's, or there's technically in the elements of Bionicle, magnetics and metal are considered two separate powers that have like nebulous differences between them and a lot of overlaps. But I guess probably metal more specifically, because I think that would be cool as fuck. To just be like, oh yeah, I have the power of fire. Oh, I have the power of wind. Oh, I have the power of plant life. I have the power of steel. That's fucking awesome. And if you don't think that's awesome, you should think about it again. But also Sonic's is fun because I think the power of like sound manipulation is a fun type of power to have in basically any fictional setting where that's a thing that is on the table. In terms of what mask, I'm a sucker for, the masks that have, like, very simple and straightforward, but fairly, you know, powerful effects, like, Mask of Strength, Mask of Shielding, stuff like that, so it'd probably be one of them. I don't remember offhand any of the more wacky mask powers there are. Man, fucking speaking of mask powers, isn't it kind of a ripoff? That Takanuva, whose whole thing is like, yeah, he's the Toa of Light, he's got light powers, he uses light elements, he uses light abilities, and it's like, alright, here's your cool mask that you got, what's the powers of the mask that you got? It's more light. It's the Mask of Light, you get more light powers, and it's like... what? I was always kind of sad about that as a kid, too. It's like, imagine you're a fucking dragon. I mean, I guess I don't have to say that. I reckon a lot of people in my chat have probably imagined that. But more specifically, imagine you're a dragon what has, like, fire breath. You can shoot fire out of your goddamn gob anytime you please, and you bend that shit completely to your whim, and it's the thing that you do, and it's the thing that you're known for and respected for. Now imagine, I don't know, you go to, Dragon Con, or you go to Dragon Town Hall for the Dragon elections, or like, I don't know, you're going to the Dragon store because, you know, you got your new Dragon credit card, and you're trying to, you know, break it in with some kind of Dragon purchase. One of those, and for some reason, someone's like, alright, I've got something for you. I've got something for you here. You're gonna love it, it's gonna be great, it's gonna be so useful in your everyday life. And they give you a blowtorch. Rip-off. Pointless. Unnecessary. You already are blowtorch. Why? I simply do not get it. That, or like a mask for, being able to communicate with animals and let them be my friends would be a fun type of power mask to have as well. Thank you for your message. Thanks for letting me think about Bionicle some more. Here's our next one. Hi! I was rewatching the HLVR AI commentary vids recently, and it occurred to me that the first words I ever heard you say was the haunted boobs bit, because it went viral on Tumblr. Oh, right, it's this question. Do you ever think about stuff like that? The circumstances in which people hear your voice? Is it disconcerting to consider, or is it just funny? Hope this isn't a weird question. Oh well. Thanks. Mint. Well, thank you very much for your question, Mint. I don't think it's weird at all. It's a quite a fun question to ask, IMO, actually. Quite frankly, I imagine there's quite a few people whose first impression of me, realistically, was, you know, me saying, "Hello, Gordon," or "Haunted boobs up ahead," or something else I said in those videos, you know? Because the videos were big. The videos are a big, like, part of why people know me and know, like, RTVS nowadays. So it's not at all surprising to hear that, quite frankly. Do I ever think about the circumstances in which people hear my voice? Yeah, I do! It's fun to think about that sometimes. How, like, some people, that is their sort of first frame of reference for me, and then for other people, their first is, like, not so much like my actual voice, but I guess sort of like my proverbial voice in terms of, like, dumb shit I've written on Tumblr over the years, and things like that, and then kind of realizing, wait, that's you? Or, like, people going, oh, I found you because of that, kind of thing. I don't think it's disconcerting. It's just kind of the nature of the job when you do something like this, when it's like, yeah, I do performance art, like, I do voice acting stuff, like, it makes sense that someone out there is gonna be like, yeah, the first thing I heard of you was, a voice you did in a thing, kind of thing. Like, there are almost certainly people out there whose first dose of Holly Hollow-tones they ever got was, me doing, Dr. Green Jed Hill in a real-time fandom. And I think that's awesome, too. It's actually kind of funny in retrospect that a lot of it is me playing weird old men on the internet. Did I do Dick Smasher? No, that was Samantha Splendid Land who did that one. A bunch of people's first experience with my voice is gonna be the Spamton commercial now. Uh-huh! A lot of people now are gonna be like, oh yeah, the first time I heard of you was like the Burger King recall, tribute that you did. Which is kind of wild now that I'm in the era of, you know, 2020 was like, oh yeah, I first heard of you from Half-Life VR AI. And then 2021 was, oh, I first heard of you from real-time fandom games of Until Dawn. And now 2022, oh, I first heard of you from Deltarune. A lot of people's first view of Lola is that one explosion gif. Either that or the fucking meme I made that was like, oh, who whoosh, it is my cat. Which, like, has gone viral in multiple places. Like, someone who watches the streams just kind of, like, posted that and was like, oh man, I think about this picture sometimes. Like, not intending for it to be like a, oh, I'm posting this without giving credit, just as like a, you know, for those who are in the know, you know, this cool thing that I had a laugh at from this one poster on the internet I enjoy, that then immediately went outside their circles and everyone was like, oh my god, who made this? Who did this? And then it got reposted on fucking Instagram, and my sister texted me frantically one night, like, why the fuck is Lola on Instagram? Who did this? Was that you? No. People just do that to images online now. They repost it. It has a Know Your Meme page? Why? It's nothing! It's a picture of my cat and, like, a bunch of intentional nonsense! Why does it have a documentation page? It's my fucking cat! Everyone who's ever shared or reposted that picture owes my cat $10. They don't owe me $10. They can pay me if they want, if they enjoy the stuff I do. They owe my cat $10. They gotta pay her. But yeah, to answer your question, I don't think it's disconcerting or strange at all, given the nature of what I do. If anything, it is kind of funny that, like, a lot of people's first impression of me, just because of the natures of the roles I've done, is probably me saying some shit like, titty boob huge fuck. Or like, hey, you're ready to feel the wrath of a god, you son of a bitch! Which is pretty funny to think about. There's probably some folks that didn't even catch the Until Dawn dub and just went right to Shadow. And so probably caught me as Charmy B being like, oh yay, I can die happy tomorrow! Or something like that, which is, Also kind of funny to think about. This was a fun one to think about. Thank you very much for your message. Moving on to our next one. Hello, Holly. First of all, I'd like to say I'm a big fan. As a trans girl myself, I've seen myself being somewhat inspired by you and your spontaneous way of being. Oh, well, that makes me happy to hear. Have you ever considered you might be an inspiration for many other trans women out there? Yes, in fact, I hear that quite often, and it's... it's an honor, but also, man, it is a little bit intimidating sometimes to be like, oh god. People look up to me. People are, like, inspired by me. It's a heavy fucking crown to wear. Also, would you play something like Duke Nukem 3D or Shadow of the Colossus on stream? First of all, thank you very much for your message. Wait, is Holly trans? Yeah? Pretty openly? That's kind of funny. That's some people out there that just didn't know. Let's see. Would I play something like Duke Nukem 3D or Shadow of the Colossus on stream? I mean, I've played games like Duke Nukem 3D before. I don't know if I would play Duke 3D specifically. I don't know if that one necessarily specifically appeals to me. I don't know. Duke Nukem don't do much for me, personally. Shadow of the Colossus? Shadow of the Colossus seems like a really cool video game. It's not on PC, and I don't own any of the consoles it's on, so I can't. But, maybe someday. Maybe someday. I would certainly like to. It's just a matter of, how, you know? I guess I can emulate it, but I don't know. For the most part, I don't really like emulating unless I kind of have to. Not for any, like, moral reason or whatever. I think emulation is fucking awesome, especially when it comes to, like, game preservation, things like that. I just kind of prefer playing on original hardware if I can help it. Sometimes that's, expensive. Thank you very much for your message. Moving on to our next one. Hello! My question to you. If you could live forever and ever in a video game world of your choosing, where all the characters are your friends, which one would you choose? Happy birthday! :3C. From Zoe. Well, thank you very much for your message, Zoe. Probably some kind of video game where it would be, I don't know, a nice place to live in and not like, oh, well, this is a video game I like a lot, but it's, like, fraught with conflict and strife. I don't really keep up with, like, Pokemon games nowadays, but I think living in a world like that with a bunch of funny critters would be a fun place to live. Warframe would kind of suck to live in. Yeah, Warframe's whole thing is that the entire galaxy is in strife and got fucked over by multiple different empires at multiple different times in history. Shit's bad. Don't go there. Pokemon, meanwhile, has Heracross, my friend Heracross, and I could pick her up and hug her and give her a high five every day. So, probably that. Pokemon is just like real life, except there's more animals that you can be friends with. You can be friends with bears. So, like, that's just the things I like about normal worlds, but also bears are there. So... You'd think about FF14, but you don't want to be a main character. You think you'd just cry. See, Final Fantasy XIV is another world that's like, yeah, this is cool from a video game perspective. There have been multiple world-ending or almost world-ending calamities in that one. No thank you. I feel like you'd wake up on any given Tuesday and it'd be a coin flip whether you can go to your job or, like, I don't know, fucking chested-up dragon is casting titty flare or whatever on you. So, like... I'll pass. Thank you for your message. Moving on to our next one. I already answered this one. This was about songs that get stuck in my head. But, you know, I guess on that topic, this one sure is fitting. The music from Deep Rock Galactic. It is a very good soundtrack. Of course, as soon as I say that, I tab over to this video and realizing it's over. This is the final... the final song on the Deep Rock Galactic soundtrack. That's all the music in that video game. So let's get some more music on. You know it. You love it. That's right. Nintendo 64 Jungle Mix 01, drum and bass, liquid funk, jump up, neurofunk, dark side, etc. Let's go. We're bringing it back. But yeah, just by the nature of me playing a lot of video games, I'd say that a lot of the songs that do get stuck in my head are like songs from games I've been playing a lot recently, or songs from games that I played as a youngin'. In terms of, like, you know, not video game music, I get quite a bit of jazz stuck in my head from time to time. I feel like usually on any given day I'm gonna start humming to myself some Oscar Peterson track or another, but it's usually When Summer Comes, which is a song that I adore very, very much. Also... God, who fucking made this song again? I have to look this up again, but it's Last Train Home. The Pat Metheny Group. That's also one that's in my head a lot. That one's quite good. I think a lot of people know about that one nowadays because it was, like, an ending on one of the JoJo's, but, like, this is a song that I've just enjoyed listening to for years, so it was one of those moments of, like, oh shit, that's the thing that I know and like, and they're playing it here, that's cool. Any songs stuck in your head that I can't find? Not quite, but there was one song I heard one night on, like, my local jazz station as I was, like, going to bed, and I, like, wrote down in, like, a half-asleep fervor, like, some half-remembered name of what they called it and said, find this song! It sounds like it's from a Bomberman game that doesn't exist. And I could never find it. I can't find it to this day. I have, like, a note open, on my phone if I didn't delete it in, like, misery of it written down somewhere, and I don't have it on hand, but, to that day, it's still my, like, musical white whale. Maybe someday I'll be able to find it. But yeah, thank you for your message. Moving on to our next one. Funny enough, this one is about gemstones. Hi, Holly. I've been watching for a while, and I do have one burning question in my heart. Do you have a favorite rock, semi-precious gemstone, or just a neat one you found on the ground? Thank you. Sent from my iPhone. Well, thank you very much for the question, my iPhone. To the person asking in chat, which YouTube playlist in this, you're in luck, because for once this is actually just a video on YouTube and not just my own local music. It's this one. Here you go. It's a fun little playlist. I quite like it. It's less a playlist and more like a lot of songs in one big video together, which I guess is kind of like a playlist, but anyways, do I have a favorite rock? I think bismuth is a really easy mineral to say. Bismuth is a mineral, right? Just because it's got, like, that really cool, interesting, like, right-angle geometric shapes to it, which is, cool as fuck. You use this for work, so you think of this as forklifting music? That's fucking awesome! I was listening to, I don't remember what it was. It was some stream the other day, where someone talked about, like, hey, I really like your streams and your videos. I listen to them while I'm, like, you know, operating heavy machinery at work. And I was just like, man, that's fucking dope. I wonder if anyone's ever done that for, like, my streams or my friends' streams. Any other... I don't really remember too much specifically about geology. The name Halite comes to mind as one that I thought was cool looking. I gotta look it up, see what it looks like. Yeah, Halite's pretty cool looking. It's not necessarily super flashy or nothing, but I like the way it looks. Especially when it's like a sample that's like very, very polished, and more sort of translucent. It's cool. There's lots of cool rocks out there. Rock and stone. To the bone. You listen to my streams while designing newspapers. That's fucking awesome. I don't care if it's the same thing. That's still fucking dope. Hell yeah. I drink a water. Thank you for your message. We are down to 18 questions left, or 18 messages left, more specifically. The final stretch. Hello, Holly. Other than your most recent collaboration, what's the hardest secret you've had to keep in regards to past published projects? Was there ever a moment where you almost let it slip? From Sadie. Well, thank you very much for your message, Sadie. Fucking speaking of Sadie, one of the games that I played during the big Steam Demos Fest, I'm Undetected, that was the name, Undetected. That game was fucking awesome. I loved that demo. That game's out now, and Sadie, Lady Satan is their like sort of online handle, helped work on that game, which is really cool to see, you know, someone in the community, in these circles, get to work on making cool art like that, which is really cool. I need to fucking buy it. I think I already bought that game, but I need to, like, play it and check it out some more. It is, I fucking loved that demo, and I love the idea of the pitch just kind of being, non-lethal Mexican Gear Solid. Very excited for that. Anyways, let's talk about the actual question you asked me, though. Other than my most recent collaboration, so the Stanford Sweepstakes is off the table, because otherwise that would have been the answer. Hardest secret I've had to keep in regards to past published projects. Huh. I don't know if I've really had all that much trouble with, like, secret keeping for, like, past stuff I've worked on so much. Most of it right now is just stuff that isn't out yet, or stuff that might happen in the future. That's like, I gotta keep this under wraps, I can't quite talk about this yet. Also, yeah, fucking Redial is on. Bomberman Hero, one of the best soundtracks of all time. Weird fucking game to actually play. Really goddamn good music, though. Maybe someday I'll, like, try and wrangle it and give it a play, even if it's, like... I remember even as a kid thinking, man, this is kind of weird to play. But sure does sound good. I guess in that sort of sense, in terms of, like, hard to keep under wraps, technically, the sort of, like, kayfabe stuff related to Half-Life VR, just in the sort of sense that it's like, man, this is a really cool thing to work on. I want to, like, I'm excited for when I can, like, you know, tell people about it and all that. And, you know, get what I assumed would be my 15 minutes of fame and not a career-defining moment. I wouldn't really say there was a moment where I almost let it slip, and that's specifically because I got so much evil, devious delight out of just, anytime anyone would come into, like, Wayne's server, or, like, ask on Twitter or something like that and be like, so everyone knows this isn't actually artificial intelligence, right? Like, everyone knows this is just people play acting in, like, Gary's Mod or whatever? And just, without fail, every time, finding those messages and replying with just, no, it's AI. No, it's AI. And then immediately followed by 30 people who were also in the sickos window like me, who probably didn't fucking know that it was me doing the voice. Just also chiming in immediately afterwards like, yeah, what are you talking about? It's AI. No, it's AI. It's in the title. And so for that reason specifically, it was never particularly a difficult secret to keep, because it was really fun to keep the secret. Oh, man. HLVR was a real good time. I know Wayne's talked about how there will be more, in the AI series. I think is how he likes to put it. Obviously, I'm not going to comment on when that might be happening, because again, it's fun to keep the secrets, but, I hope you're all looking forward to it. Whenever it ends up coming around, and I hope you're all looking forward to, that sort of thing maybe happening again. thank you again for your message, Sadie. Moving on to our next one. Let's see. I was thinking about the Lantern Keep earlier today and was wondering if you would post more of your writing at some point. Well, thank you very much for your message. I'm always kind of blown away that people liked that specific story. I feel like a lot of people that create anything can probably relate to this, where, you know, you make a thing, in the moment you kind of think, oh yeah, this is alright, whatever, I'm just gonna put it out there, and then in retrospect, whether immediately or over time, you're like, oh fuck, man, there's this thing here, and this other thing here, and I could have done this so much better, and oh, what if I had done this instead, and like, you know, hindsight is 20/20 and all that, and you're always your own worst critic, but, to this day, I still get people being like, yeah, I really like that story that you wrote and put out there. I'd love to, like, read more things from you someday. Which does make me smile. It does make the heart warm, it does. You know, never say never. I just haven't really written very much recently is the big thing. I do enjoy doing creative writing. A lot of the time, I write a thing for myself and go, that was fun, and then immediately delete it. Or... like, I write a thing and then I'm just like, oh, I don't know, I'm not up to, like, putting this out there. I'm too scared to share this kind of thing. And then all the other times I'm just, like, not really feeling like writing, you know? I like to do it when I want to do it, and I'm not really interested in forcing it, because it's a thing I do for fun. And if I'm forcing it, it's not necessarily all that fun, you know? It's fun having... I guess sort of like a reason to write about something, is how I'd like to put it, which is why, when we were, like, putting stuff together for, Sludge, which is the, like, Minecraft SMP project that I'm eventually gonna be doing with, like, a bunch of friends, it's like... I mentioned it a couple of times, it's on, like, indefinite hold right now because, like, the people that were working on stuff for it behind the scenes are... very busy, and in Shelly's case, dealing with, like, very sudden and very severe medical bills. And so, you know, progress has been kind of real slow on that, unfortunately. For understandable reasons. Speaking of which, I think Shelly is going to be putting out something sometime soon about, like, a GoFundMe to help out with that. I think. I should hit her up about that. I know she was putting something together. Anyways, and, like, having something like that is sort of like a basis of, like, oh, you know, here's like a thing that's gonna be happening. Let's, use that as, like, a jumping off point for writing stuff, and, like, you know, writing stuff for, that character, Willow, who, funny enough, was, like... I think a lot of people saw, like, the stuff that I put out about Willow, and made very obvious parallels to Lantern Keep, and it's less that they're meant to be the same character, and more just, like... thematically similar in a bunch of ways, aside from just the fact that here's a cool older lesbian what has a lantern on her. You can probably guess that I have a type when it comes to writing. I have a type I like to stick to when it comes to coming up with characters. I guess in that sense, because that's kind of what Sludge is, like, envisioned as, is like an avenue for, like, tabletop roleplay type of thing, but less tabletop and more using Minecraft as, like, the vehicle for that. But, like, whenever I've done, like, tabletop stuff, like, that's also been, like, a really fun, reason to do, like, writing stuff. Like, you know, here's a world, here's a space, here's a thing that we're all sharing together. Like, what's some things that we can come up with to, like, you know, expand on that world and the people that live in it. That's a lot of fun. I really enjoy doing that. When I don't really have something like that, I find I kind of struggle sometimes to really come up with, like, an idea for something to think about and write about and expand upon. I feel like for the most part, I do my best writing when it's, like, a collaborative type of thing, even if it's only, like, loosely. But, it's fun. It's fun. Kind of in that vein, it was a very short thing, but the little speech thing that I got to write for, Dr. Coomer at the end of Half-Life VR, man, that was a lot of fun. I'm really glad that Wayne was like, yeah, I'm into this, let's do that. And I'm also just really glad that people really really got something out of that, I suppose is the right word for that. People, like, really... I got, like, a lot of people specifically after that came out commenting on how they really, really liked that specific ending bit and how it kind of, like, tugged on their heartstrings in, like, a really earnest way. In a series that was, you know, very absurd and silly, and that was the point. And they, like, they really enjoyed that sort of, like, tonal shift that still felt like, you know, in character and deserved. And I'm really glad people liked that. And I guess the one thing that... I don't think worried is the right word. But I guess the one thing that I kind of am mindful of is like, oh no, people are gonna have expectations based off of that for, like, whatever the next sort of AI project is, huh? So that's gonna be interesting, seeing if or how we can tie back into that whole, ending speech, I suppose. I'm trying to talk about this obliquely as I can without, you know, just blurting out any sort of things we have planned for, future projects like that. We do have some plans. The essence of quite a bit of it is improv, but there is some stuff that's, like, in the same way that we had stuff like, oh, wouldn't it be funny if we did this in HLVR? We do that for a lot of our projects in general, where it's like, you know, we come up with, like, some general ideas and are like, yeah, this is fun, let's improv based off that. Which I guess is kind of how a lot of improv works, is, you know, here's prompts, let's build off of that. That's a lot of fun. I guess I kind of diverged a little bit away from, the essence of this question, but it's still fun to talk about, you know? Thank you very much for your message, that was fun to think about. Moving on to our next one. If you could have any fictional creature as a pet, what would it be? Thank you very much for your message. Heracross. My bug buddy. I love Heracross. Heracross is my friend. Any other fictional creatures would come to mind? Most of the ones I can think of are just, this is a normal animal, but it can be my friend, which is just like... I don't know, bears already exist, we just can't really be friends with them, or keep them as pets. Would it be the really big Heracross from Legends? I don't know what that is, I never played Legends. I didn't know there was a big Heracross in it. Good for them. Queeble? No, Queeble is too scary. Bug snacks are too scary. I wouldn't want to be around one. They're too scary. Even if they're cute. I'm gonna get a plush of one, though. Thank you for your message. Moving on to our next one. You've mentioned your off-stream routine a few times. Is that something you developed in response to streaming, or was it always in your routine beforehand? That's an interesting question. Some parts of it probably sure, just in terms of, like, what I like doing and when I like doing it, certainly were, at least in some capacity, worked into, like, my routine before I got into streaming as, like, my full-time work thing. I'd say for the most part it was in response to sort of, like, being self-employed and having to, like, plan out my own schedule, though. Like, very much, a lot of my routines in the past were based on the fact that, you know, like, I was getting home, after waking up at, like, 6 or 7 in the morning and then being at school or at my job for several hours and then coming home and then, you know, having to eat dinner and shower, and then, you know, only having a little bit of free time and then being like, alright, so what do I do then? How do I spend my time kind of thing? And then, you know, immediately after that, quitting my job and being self-employed and being like, alright, well now I'm at the whims of myself when it comes to, like, how much free time I have and how to spend it. How do I do that? How do I reckon with that? How do I block all that out? How do I make sure that I'm, like, making efficient and practical use of my time, in such a way that also gives me, like, room to fucking relax and breathe, because that's kind of what I desperately needed and why I didn't want to work the job I was working anymore. So it was largely a response to how I've lived most of my life, and how I actually wanted to live my life, and how I was actually enabled to some degree do that by becoming self-employed in a way where I could actually, you know, sustainably support myself. Like, I had always liked the idea of going for, like, morning or afternoon walks. I didn't have fucking time to do that when I was, like, in school, when I had to wake up at 6 in the morning and I had, like, 30 minutes to fucking brush my hair and eat food and hop on a bus to get into town, or things like that. And so it's like, damn, I can actually do that now. What the fuck? I guess that's probably a thing that quite a few people can relate to at least some capacity after the whole, resurgence of letting people work from home and all that. But yeah, this was a interesting one to think about. It's neat to see, you know, how, circumstances of what we're doing and when and how and why we're doing it can change, other things in our life. Whether intentionally or not. I don't know, I think it's interesting to be mindful of at the very least. Moving on to our next one. Hi, Holly. If you were forced to upload the entirety of an online wiki to your mind, which one would you pick? What's a new food or dish you've tried recently, and what did you think of it? Do you have any lesbians? Friends, historical figures, characters, etc. that you see as role models? What is something you do for streams that is the most underappreciated by chat? Hope these were good and I'm not too late. Thanks for reading. And they included a little picture of a cat waving and saying happy birthday. Thank you very much for your question. For your questions, I should say, and thank you for your message. If I could choose one wiki, probably the Ideas Wiki. Probably the Ideas Wiki. And I don't remember if I'm getting that name right, but there are certainly a lot of wikis out there just a thing like that, where it's a bunch of people, largely kids, I feel like, who go on some centralized wiki and they just go, here's my idea that I had for a new video game, or a new movie, or a new TV show that's a sequel to something I already enjoy. And here's, like, all the millions of levels, or episodes, or scenes that I made up in my head for it, posting it on there. And it's all very... like, from an outsider perspective, sure, it's easy to say, that's very silly. But, like, it's very silly in such a, like, charming and earnest way that I love it. I think it's wonderful. And it's because of stuff like that, you know, Road Trip Adventure 2 is a thing that, I was able to experience, do a stream about. Man, that's another fucking Classics of Stream that I really enjoyed, where I, you know, got to just, like, read a thing with Mike for a couple of hours and, like, enjoy this, like, thing that probably a youngin' made because of something else that, like, touched them so deeply, and then do a fucking speedrun as a bit. That was great. That was great. I love thinking about that one. Someday I kind of want to sit down and, like, actually stream Road Trip Adventure. I know Chess, my friend Chess, Video Chess. Maybe you've heard of her. She does real cool art. Go check her out. I know she did, like, a playthrough of Road Trip Adventure, and that's what got me, like, aware of it, and what got me aware of Road Trip Adventure 2. I kind of want to try the game out myself someday. I think it would be a good time. Yeah, Chess's streams of that were a real good time. It was so cool that Rook was at GDQ. It was fucking awesome! And I like to believe that, at least in some small part, me being Rook's fucking hype woman during my GDQ hosts, was at least in part what got the donations rolling, like, from frame one, and got, like, people to go, oh, well, I don't know what that is, but it has a bunch of money on it, so let's donate for that. Fucking shoutouts to Chess, she's wonderful. At some point, we haven't figured out, you know, like, when, because we're all adults, working our own schedules and all that, but, at some point she said she wants to, get a group together and do some Deep Rock Galactic, possibly on stream. I think that would be a good time. I imagine probably on her channel. Go check her out. Go give her a follow. I'm pretty sure it's just video chess. I'm pretty sure it's just video chess, all one word. She's great. Go check her out. What's a new food or dish I've tried recently? And what did I think of it? I don't know if I've really tried any new foods recently. And I'm kind of sad about that now that I think about it. I don't think I've really tried anything that I haven't tried before, recently. Not that I can, like, immediately think of. Nothing really comes to mind, unfortunately. Something I haven't tried that I do want to try soon is I want to try and make rhubarb jam. Because we have a bunch of rhubarb, and I really like the way rhubarb tastes when it's kind of like, you know, stewed and cooked down in like a pie. I think that could be really good as like a jam or a spread or something. And so I wanna look for a recipe like that and try that out. Maybe not just straight rhubarb, maybe like apple rhubarb or strawberry rhubarb or something like that. Not rebar! Rhubarb! You think I'm out here making fucking jam out of industrial construction materials? Rhubarb! Go to hell! Thank you for that one!
Oh, my rebar.
Do I have any lesbians? I do. I have a girlfriend. Do I have any that I see as role models? I do. My girlfriend. I have trouble thinking of a lot of fictional lesbians, but genuinely, Puz is like whip fucking smart, and real clever, and really, really sweet, and like kind and considerate, and like very genuine in everything she does. It feels like anything she does, that she even cares about remotely a little bit, she pours her entire fucking heart and soul into. And I don't know, I admire her a lot, and I love her. I'm realizing now, well, quite a few answers in some degree or another have veered into the direction of, hey, my fucking girlfriend. But what can I say? I'm gay. Smile. What is something I do for streams that is most underappreciated by chat? I don't know. I don't really know how to quantify what chat does and doesn't appreciate, quite frankly. The only thing that immediately comes to mind is the fact that I ban shitheads and people that are obnoxious. But like, I think they do appreciate that by virtue of people enjoying the community and the company we keep here. So like, I wouldn't say that's underappreciated at all. I genuinely can't think of anything, other than, I think, that the community doesn't appreciate the fact that I don't have my microphone volume set to as loud as it can fucking get, super blown out at all times. I think they don't appreciate that as much as they should, because I could do that and it would be miserable and it would suck ass and be the worst. That's a non-answer. That's a joke answer because I can't think of a serious answer. Do it now? No, because then I wouldn't remember what my actual settings are. I mean, I've got it set to like negative 5.8 decibels. I guess I could keep increasing this, then it'd get louder and louder, and then it's starting to get blown out every time I talk at all, and it's just so loud that it's peaking into the red. And I'm thinking about when Scorpy thought that like having your audio levels be into the red was like the thing that you wanted to do at all times, because it's the highest level on the meter, and that's good. It's like you're getting the power shot in golf. I'm gonna turn this down again now. It was like here. There we go. I think about that sometimes and I laugh and smile and clap my hands. Thank you very much for your message, and thank you for your questions. We don't have too many left. I think we can bang out the rest of these after the next ad break. There is one here that I can get through really quickly just because I mostly did answer it already, but it was a question about, like, inspirations that I take when I, like, you know, write and make things, and it's, the big ones, I think, are, like... God, I'm blanking on the name, and I'm a goddamn fool. Terry Pratchett. Terry Pratchett and Douglas Adams, and also Jeff Smith, because I really enjoy the way they do, like, writing and, like, fantasy-type stuff. And, like, sci-fi stuff, and the way that mixes in and things like that. When you first started watching my streams, initially the ban thing filled you with fear, but you quickly realized that you are safe if you are not bad. Yeah, and that also, a lot of the time, I just do a ban because it's like, nah, you did a bad thing, you're out. And, like, I leave the fucking unban requests on so people can go, yeah, you're right, I did, I'm sorry. And then I can just go, alright, you seem, like, genuinely sorry. Just don't do it again, you're fine. Like, getting banned from a chat room genuinely isn't a fucking big deal. It's nothing. It means you just can't type messages for at least a while, and at most, you just can't, and, like, it's fine. I think some people put a lot of stock into that, that they should maybe unlearn to do, because it's genuinely not a big deal. It's, unless you do something really goddamn bad, and you'll know if you do, but, like, unless you do, like, I'm probably going to think nothing of it after, like, I don't know, a fucking day. You know, but you have social anxiety and worry about things more than you do. Hey, you know what? Here's a little tip, here's a hot scoop. I do too. You can still learn to be okay with that. It's gonna take some work. It took some work for me, but, like, you can do it. You know? I believe in you. I believed in me, so I believe in you. I believe in Mario falling to his fucking death. It's so sad how it happened to him. Let's see. What else? God, every time that fucking stinger happens, when I listen to this playlist, I get jump scared because I think someone's giving me $50. Fuck. I Pavlov's dogged myself. Anyways, other inspirations. What else? Weirdly enough, I find inspiration from, like, scientific texts. Like, really dry, clinical, analytical stuff. I think something about that style of writing is, like, really interesting, and it can be super compelling from, like, a comedic standpoint. Like, I feel like it's something that's underused in, like, using that sort of writing outside the context of, like, I don't know, a science paper. Like, I think you can do interesting stuff with that in other contexts, that more people ought to give a whirl. If you interrupt the stream, is that okay? I don't know what you mean by that, as long as you're not breaking the rules, I guess. What else? I guess I mentioned this earlier, but, like, the ways that a lot of people would do, like, Let's Plays around the era of, like, some of the earlier Something Awful LPs, and, like, how a lot of those got, like, really in-depth and interesting while also being a vehicle for entertainment, and, like, analyzing the work that they're, you know, using, for as presentation. Like, I don't know, stuff like that's cool. I think that's kind of a big inspiration for, like, how and why I enjoy doing, like, streams at all, so that stuff is cool. And Kill 6 Billion Demons is also one, because that comic is fucking awesome, and also in a lot of ways takes a lot of inspiration from other things that I think are really cool works, and I don't necessarily have to worry as much about the baggage of the people who worked on those works. It's like, oh yeah, this draws on a lot of interesting, like, narrative and, like, visual and theological ideas that were presented in stuff like Morrowind, and that's really cool and fun. And I also don't have to worry about the fact that it's a work made by Michael fucking Kirkbride, because it's not. Things like that. That's $100, huh? Hang on a second. I gotta hit this button so the ad doesn't miraculously start while this is going. You know, I had almost considered muting the alerts for this stream, but I figured, they're probably not gonna happen as much or as loud today because it's not my birthday stream anymore. It's just 2 weeks afterwards. It's just a normal stream now. I'm glad I didn't. I'm glad I left them on. Shut the fuck up and enjoy the bass. Let's go. This is the power of HD sound. Thank you very much for the exceedingly generous $100 tip. It is very much appreciated. I'll wait a little bit for this to end before I get into the rest of what I wanted to read on this question. Just because I didn't actually read the question itself, I just went on talking about inspiration because I was like, oh yeah, I talked about this briefly, and then started talking about other things that I hadn't mentioned. Always love this track. It's great! It's gotten to the point where I listen to the actual original version of this song without being fed through the HD sound machine, and it's just like, this isn't the same. Where's the bass? There was supposed to be an earth-shattering bass!
This is what I meant.
I see.
I missed her birthday stream. Happy late birthday.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I do. And thank you as well for 2 things that came up, and to Vellum for the 21-month resub. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And thank you for the anonymous gift sub going out to Sister of Niles. That's real generous of you. Much appreciated. Right, I didn't actually read out the question, which I wanted to do. Hello, Holly. When you engage in artistic endeavors like writing, is there anything you consistently turn to for inspiration? For example, I always come back to Ravel's Pavane for a Dead Princess or Ben Hoag's Wilderness piece for the Arcanum soundtrack for their bittersweet, melancholic vibes. Always puts me in the right headspace for my brand of fiction. Happy birthday! From Jacob, Rotund Troubadour. Well, thank you very much for your message, Jacob. I guess in that regard, in terms of, like, music, the sorts of, like, songs that I keep coming back to in terms of, like, inspiration like that, there's, I mean, I guess to a degree, this playlist that I've got going right now, because I really enjoy, that sort of, like, mid-90s, jungle, drum and bass type music. It's real good. It's got a real good groove to it. There's also, Hiroshi Yoshimura, especially Music for 9 Postcards, that one I come back to a lot, for that. There is a group by the name of Local Talent, and I really, really enjoy. They did an album called Higienopolis. That's another one I come back to a lot in terms of sound what I like. I'm gonna post the link to the album in chat because I quite like this album a lot. In terms of like soundtracks for things, there's the soundtrack for Outer Wilds, which I think has a phenomenal sort of mood and tone that goes real good for the types of things I like to make and how I like making them. And I guess recently, also along those lines, the soundtracks for Bugsnax and Deep Rock Galactic, which, weirdly enough, really fucking weird now that I think about it, but like I've noticed this a couple of times. just because of like how synth heavy a lot of the soundtracks are. Bugsnax and Deep Rock Galactic have a very similar like sound to them. Like DRG's much more sort of like grimy and like moody and like tense. And then for the most part, Bugsnax is much more like, you know, sunny and whimsical sort of take on that. And they both go hard as hell, and every time the synth hits in either of them, I get on all fours and run around like a dog. It's good. And so that's like musical inspiration, both in terms of like what I like listening to put me in sort of the headspace of like making stuff, and also what I kind of think to sometimes when I'm like, maybe I'd like to try making my own music someday. Sort of thing. We are down to 12 messages. I do have to get up and have a stretch. I've delayed it for as long as I can. I will be back in just a moment. I'm gonna get up and have a stretch, run some ads. This is your opportunity to get up and have a stretch yourself, so you don't gotta sit through advertisements. Get yourself something to drink. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. See you real soon. Alright, I'm back. We're real close to done, so I reckon we just jump right into it and get her finished. Here is our next one. I'm kinda curious. Are there any specific stream moments you might consider iconic? Or what some of your favorite are? First of all, thank you very much for your message. This is something that's kinda hard for me to, like, quantify. Just because, like, A, I got some memory problems, and B, but to me, something being iconic is mostly in the eye of the beholder and, like, I guess what the community thinks of it sort of thing. So that's more a question that I would, pose to the people that watch the streams, rather than a question that the people watching the streams would pose to me in terms of what I think the most interesting answer would be. Although, you know, now that I'm saying that, now that I'm saying all of that, one does come to mind, and it's fucking, both of them from fucking Super Go Fish Deluxe. Do you have any My Hero Academia, and do you have any bitches? We're both really fucking strong. And I do think about those a fair bit. Really, really fucking good moments. Other than that, I think the fucking baits and switches of the Dark Souls Episode 0, and also of the Road Trip Adventure 2 stream were both real goddamn good. Go Fish Deluxe was amazing. Did y'all ever finish that game? Nope, we will someday. Or at the very least, we'll play it again someday. I can't promise we'll finish it, but there will be another stream eventually. No promises as to when, but it'll be eventually. Moving on to our next message. Hi Holly, happy birthday! I wanted to ask if you ever heard about Kamen Rider, or if you have, do you have any interest in it? I love the series and always want to help spread it around. Thank you very much for your message. Yeah, I've heard of Kamen Rider. I don't know too much about it. I've only ever seen a little bit of it, but I liked what I saw. I got a bunch of friends that are real into it, so, in that sense, I reckon it's good in my books. I watched the first couple episodes of Kamen Rider Gaim, the fruit-themed one, and then I watched some of X-Aid, which was the video game power-themed one. And then I've seen, like, bits and pieces here and there from, you know, like, other series throughout the years. Like, everyone knows that one fucking bit of, like, the dudes all playing the instruments to destroy the giant crab. And, like, I see that passed around all the time in, like, different contexts and, like, different memes. Sometimes I see it passed around like, oh yeah, this is how it feels to play Monster Hunter in a party of 4 different hunting horns. And it's like, that is in fact how it feels. But yeah, Kamen Rider's neat. I know Sign's really into it. I should hit her up about, what she knows about Kamen Rider at some point someday. Thank you for your message. Moving on to our next one. I've always wondered what your inspiration for your sense of humor comes from because it's extremely contagious. Any shows or people it might have stemmed from? Thank you very much for your message. Mostly just growing up with YouTube Poops and Homestar Runner, I would say. Growing up with YouTube Poop and Homestar Runner, and, wanting to put, like, a lot of time and effort into, like, making my friends and my sister, and also myself, laugh. Kind of a pretty good way to, like, stuff yourself in the hyperbolic time chamber of jokes. I'm not really sure about any specific inspirations other than, like, that, really. There's a lot of the other stuff I can think of that are like, oh, I like this, and I, like, you know, grew up with it and saw it as an inspiration, is, like, not necessarily in terms of its comedy. I don't know, I just... I have a soft spot for, like, absurdism and surrealism, I think that's a fun avenue for a comedy. Also, I've just gotten really good over the years at, making my pals laugh, and it turns out, other people find that funny too. which is fun. Thank you very much for your message again. Moving on to our next one. This one's really fucking good, and before we do it, I have to download 3 images included in this message. Before we get to it, never mind, it's 4 it's 5 fucking images? Hang on. Hang on! There's so many pictures here! Oh, let me just pull this up so I can drag them on screen. And then let me pull up, So you'll understand what I mean by this when I say the question. My boyfriend and I have recently, as of 6 months ago, got a cat named Ash. Personally, I am of the mindset that he is ugly, but in like a cool or cute way. My partner simply calls him silly. So basically we're wondering if you'd be willing to anoint an adjective to this little beast to best describe his visage. 5 quality images attached. Thank you for the streams, and wishing you the best on your birthday. Toast and Brody. First of all, thank you for your message. I hope that both of you are doing well. Second of all, I need you to know this was one of the funniest fucking questions I got. Out of all the ones I got, one of the funniest fucking ones, just... Happy birthday, Holly. Is my cat fucking ugly? Give me a sec to get these pictures up on screen. Here is... I forgot to switch over to here. Here is number 1. It's too big. Here's number 2. Here's number 3. All these pictures are so fucking big. Hang on a second. Here's number 4. Ooh. Ooh. And I just want to say, before we move on to the last one, I fucking love your cat. I fucking adore your cat. Your cat is awesome. I love your cat. Thank you for sending me these. And here's number 5. Yeah. Yeah. And I remember you sent in this message, and before I read it all, I just saw, oh yeah, I think my cat is ugly, and I was just like, no it fucking isn't! Apologize! If I had to come up with one adjective to anoint your cat with, it would be perfect. And if I had to come up with a second one to describe your cat, it would be revolutionary. This is an incredible cat. This is an incredible cat. I think this cat might have been a human once. I adore this cat. Thank you so much for sending me pictures of Ash. He is a good boy. I adore this cat. This cat was George Washington? Let's go! Great time for the new Tetris music to come up right now, by the way. Thank you very much for your message. That was definitely a highlight of doing this whole thing, was getting that specific message. Here is our next one. Hi! Will you branch out into other creative stuff, like YouTube, for example? Best regards, Princess Jemu. He, him, and then a little heart. Well, thank you very much for your message, Princess Jemu. We'd love to see a he, him princess, we do. Hell yeah. To answer your question, I mean, I already have, you know? Like, I do voice work, and, you know, now I've helped do, like, stuff like the Stanford Sweepstakes type deal. I have been very behind on getting back to people about doing, like, voice work for, like, a couple of different other projects. Need to hit some people up about that. I keep fucking forgetting. That's totally my bad. And I feel real bad about it, but they've been patient at the very least. But yeah, I already do stuff, like, outside of just the streams. It's just... the streams is kind of the big thing I'm doing at the moment in terms of, like, how often I do them. In terms of, like, would I do YouTube stuff? Maybe. I don't know a goddamn thing about how to make a video on a computer. I know literally nothing. I have absolutely no video production skills. I don't even know what fucking software you use nowadays to make a video, let alone how you would use it. I do have ideas for stuff that I think would make for interesting standalone videos that mostly just be me, probably just talking about things I like to some degree, but also, like, I kind of think about that, and it's like, one, what would I get out of that I wouldn't just get out of writing a just, I don't know, it in text? Number two, do we really need a fucking video essayer about video games out there? The picture's already a bit full. I don't need to be the overflow. Granted, I say that, I know full well there's gonna be people out there that go, yeah, but I would listen to you do it, so, like...
Stay pretty and awesome.
Oh, that's real nice of you to say, thank you. Thank you for the 29-month resub, Cool Kid Lamb Chop. Very much appreciated. We need as many good ones as possible. Fair, I suppose. I like the essay part of video essays, and I don't like the video part of it terribly much. Like, I don't know. I prefer reading essays instead of watching them, because then I can do it at my own pace kind of thing, instead of having to feel like I gotta pause or whatever. Or, like, rewind, as opposed to just, like, reading back on something. But, I mean, other people seem to get something out of it, so it might be fun to try. I had an idea for something that would be, like, a written text thing that I saw someone briefly mentioned, and it would involve me rereading Moby Dick, which I haven't done, but still want to someday. I think it'd be fun to sort of analyze, Moby Dick specifically from, like, a queer analysis lens, because, like, you can say a lot about Moby Dick, and a lot of people have. That novel is incredibly homoerotic. In a lot of ways, it feels like a book about, gay despair, if you think about it. And then in terms of, like, things that might be better suited for a video, I was kind of thinking about, like, when I was going for a walk, like, specific shooters that I think in weird, contiguous ways have, like, kind of links between them in terms of, like, the non-standard ways that they, like, play and encourage play, especially in terms of, like, traversal, and movement, and also because I think it'd be really funny to make a video and be like, yeah, here's why, Splatoon and Deep Rock Galactic and Warframe are the same video game. But I think it could be fun to sort of, you know, not really pit them up against each other, but sort of show them side by side and talk about, like, oh, here's some, like, shooters that do stuff that's, like, maybe a little bit, strange in some ways, and talk about, like, why I like him, and I think what really works about him, stuff like that. But yeah, you know, there's stuff that I would like to try doing more of in the future, that might end up being, like, the result of which is that I have less time to stream. Like, I want to, like, try and sort of get my work in doing more serious, like, paid voice work stuff. I would maybe want to try doing, like, video stuff someday. I just have no sort of background in that at all. All my fucking friends do, and I don't, which is always so funny to think about. I also kind of want to try doing music again, but I don't know, like, where or how I would upload that, if anything at all. It's something I want to get back into someday. Thank you very much for your message. It's a fun one to think about. Here's our next one. Which digital game of Picross have you found the most satisfying to play? This can be in terms of puzzle quality or just the feel of it. From Ellie. Thank you very much for your message, Ellie. Shouts out to Ellie Spectacular. Fucking phenomenal person. A fucking auteur, if you'll forgive me for using the word, of YouTube poops. Go check her out. She's awesome. She's also been doing, there's these, like, improv, streams that she's been doing, like, every weekend or a couple of weekends. It's been a real fun series to check out. Yeah, Ellie Spectacular of Da Things fame. The one and only. She pops up in chat here every now and then, and every time she does, it does make me smile. Well, thank you again for your message. In terms of the most satisfying, two immediately come to mind. Number one is Murder by Numbers, which is incredibly satisfying from the perspective of it being like, it's like a game with a story that kind of, you know, worked in Picross puzzles and mechanics with kind of a goofy premise. But it's a goofy premise that works given what the game is trying to do, and also it's just a really fun story that I quite like. Also has one of the best, like, Picross tutorials at the start of a Picross game I've ever seen. So that's good. Go check out that game. Please go buy it. Please go support them so they can make a sequel someday. The other one that comes to mind is Pictopix, which is one that I play off and on every now and then, which, you know, just has real solid minimalist UI, has a decent selection of a couple of music tracks. And, you know, it's just, it's a very good, very strong, very standard Picross game. But, and here's the big but, here's the plump rump on Pictopix. It has Steam Workshop support. User-submitted Picrosses. Infinite Picrosses. And that's the huge ass on Pictopix, is that you can just get a bunch of puzzle perverts out there and check out the shit they've been crafting, and that's exciting. That's fun. I haven't checked out anything on the workshop yet in that game, but that's fucking awesome. So that is one to check out if you have an interest in Picross games. Thank you very much for your message. Moving on to our next one. Hi, I'm Samahella in chat. Who's your favorite Final Fantasy XIV NPC and why? It could be story-related, or one of the side content NPCs. Sent from Mail for Windows. Message clipped. Scary. I wonder what that means. Thank you for adding permitted term puzzle perverts. I've said that multiple times, and every time it trips up the goddamn automod. Thank you very much for your message. In terms of NPCs, I really, really like, I adore basically everyone involved in the Dark Knight questlines. I adore, I can't really talk much about him without going into spoiler stuff, but I adored Ardbert. I have a big soft spot for the people in the Monk and Bard questlines as well. One of these days I'll finish the Bard questline. What else? There's a bunch of the people involved in, like, the Alamegan resistance and restoration that I really, really enjoy as characters, you know, in spite of some of the hang-ups and hold-ups I have with how the whole Alamigo thing was handled in 14. I really like Tataru. I love Tataru. Tataru is so much fun. Tataru is a great character as, like, a supporting member of, like, your band of main story goons. The Catboy that appears in the Crystal Tower questline, he's a fun side NPC. They do some interesting stuff with him. I think he's a lot of fun. Who else? I think Y'shtola is very cute, and Y'shtola is a fun character when they let her be a character instead of being the perfect exposition machine. Or like the martyr what dies or whatever. She can be a really cool character. Let's see. Who else? What else? There's a lot of characters in that game is the thing, and so trying to remember specific ones is, a bit of a struggle. Y'shtola deserves a better writing team half the time, but oh lord, when she gets it. Exactly! When they hit the high notes on her, they're really goddamn good. Urianger's a lot of fun. I don't know if I'd consider him a favorite, but he's fun. I also really like, Reen and Gaia, which are, main characters for a bit, and then side characters for a raid series, and
They're quite cool.
What game is this? Final Fantasy XIV. There's a lot of Rogadin I like. Rogadin are cool. Being a woman Rogadin in Final Fantasy XIV and having plot importance is just kind of a death sentence, though. Like, you're gonna get killed off if you are. I'm amazed they haven't fucking done it for Merlvib yet. Merlvib is great. She sucks. She's a girl boss. And that's fun. It's fun to have a character who's like, man, I'm a shithead. I know that, but I'm in charge. Rambrose is another fun, side character. Yeah, she does just take out her fucking gun and shoot someone with it to test out how good your armor is, huh? There's the woman in the Machinist questline whose whole thing is that she has a dragon install where she enters, like, rage mode and becomes really good at shooting stuff. She's cute, I like her. I also like Hilda, who is extremely minor in, like, Heavensward stuff, but she's fun when she gets to be on screen and say things. One of your friends who's going through a Realm Reborn really likes Moonbreeda, and the next thing we have to do is the Chrysalis.
I see.
They're just like me, for real. Anyways, the TLDR on all of that is that my favorite character in Final Fantasy XIV is, of course, Holpix the Goblin. This is a Holpix friendly zone. Thank you for your question. Go. Moving on to our next one. Are there any video games you've played where the sound design and audio has particularly left an impression on you? From Laser Phaser. Well, thank you very much for your question, Laser Phaser. Quite a few. I am the sound design enjoyer in video games. I think there's a lot of video games where, they play with, like, sound and audio in a way where it's, like, a really active, interactive thing that reacts to what you're doing, and it's a really fun sort of feedback loop of, like, you know, things are happening on your screen and the audio changes to represent that. And then there are other games out there just that don't really do that, but just have really fucking solid audio in general. Like, You'll have to forgive me again for being... Just like you'll have to forgive me for being the woman who talks about her girlfriend so much, you'll have to forgive me for being, the woman who likes talking about Warframe and Deep Rock and Bugsnax so much, but... Those games have really goddamn good sound design. Like, really, really satisfying, chunky audio hits, and, like, music in all of those, that really do such a good job at, like, setting, like, tone and mood and atmosphere. An old one in that regard that does really good is Super Metroid. The sound effects themselves are, like, pretty good for an SNES game. Thank you, Magic Hats, for the 7-month resub. But Super Metroid's, like, music is just such good ambient music, and just puts in so much fucking work in a game that already has really strong sound design for setting, like, a really good sense of atmosphere, or really strong, like, art design for, like, setting really good atmosphere and tone. It's fucking phenomenal. It's fucking phenomenal. Bugsnax and Deep Rock, in that regard, also have real good music that does such an incredible job at, like, setting the tone. Bugsnax having that sort of, like, you know, serene, playful, sunshiny, exploratory music that in some parts starts taking a turn for, like, the strange and, like, the terrifying, maybe not quite terrifying, but certainly tense, and then Deep Rock, like, out the gate is all about, like, music-wise, tension, and, like, fear, of, like, the dark and, like, tight spaces, and then flipping into, like, moments of, oh shit, oh god, we're being overrun, leading way into, we're the strongest sons of bitches on this planet, and we're all getting out of here alive today. Deep Rock in general does a really good, like, job of, like, setting the tone of, like, fear, and tension when it's a horde shooter and not, like, a horror game. Like, it is a game that loves and understands, like, sci-fi horror in a lot of ways, I'd say. Do people die in Bugsnax? You should play Bugsnax. And, or you should watch my streams that I did of the entirety of Bugsnax. I adore that game. And I guess also in that regard, Deep Rock and Warframe both have really, really good, just like audio design on their weapons. They understand what makes a weapon just feel chunky and satisfying to shoot. Is there a DRG channel in the Discord? No, you can just talk about it in the games channel. You can just talk about it there, it's fine. I don't think it really warrants a separate channel. I don't really like the idea of making 3 million separate, tiny use channels for different topics. Like, I think it's fine to just talk about it in the game channel. I gotta blow my nose, hang on a sec. Have I watched The Owl House? Nope. Never seen it. Heard it's good. And then I guess in terms of, like, games that have a much more reactive soundscape and sound system, Chicory and Wandersong, I think, are examples of that, where, like, you know, the stuff that's happening, and the things that you're doing, the actions you're taking are reflected by the way the music sounds and, like, what the sound effects are doing in like, the world around you. Another really good example of that, the fucking Bit Trip games. The Bit Trip games are so fucking good at that, where they have, like, different versions of songs that can start playing depending on how well you're doing and how good your combo is. Like, if you get to, like, the lowest fucking score rating, you basically have, like, no music and no visuals, and then, like, as you start ramping up, like, your combo and doing real good, like, they start adding in, like, more of the, like, instrument tracks and more different, like, melodies to accompany, like, the main sort of through-line song. It's really good! It's really good! I love the way that, like, they do sort of, like, arcadey rhythm game and then, like, have the music sort of play into that in different ways. It's fucking cool. I love the Bit Trip games. Portal 2 is another really good example of that, where, there are, like, certain clips of songs that will only happen at certain moments, or when you take certain actions, or when, like, certain things start happening in, like, a cutscene or, like, a scripted moment. It's good. I love the way that game handles, its soundtrack design and all the moving parts of it. Left 4 Dead is another example that kind of does that I think is real good. I like audio. I like sounds in video games, and I like the way that a lot of different games either play with what you can do in, like, an interactive medium like that, with, like, you know, how sounds play out in reaction to what you do or what the world does, or just games that just really fucking understand what a good sound is. It's good, it's good, I love it, it's good. Thank you for your message. Moving on to our next one. Hey, Ms. Holly. Your community has, in some way, helped me figure out my gender and be more open about myself to others. Thanks for that, and God bless you. Well, that's very nice of you to say, thank you. Here's a short one. Got any favorite YouTube poops and or YTP MVs or some YTP moments that you like that you want to share to everyone? Now, this is a good question. Thank you very much for your message. I shouted out to Things already. Go check out her work. Fucking phenomenal stuff. Real good. There's quite a few that come to mind as, like, ones that I really enjoyed, and I can't speak for how a lot of them have held up, or, like, if any of the people that have made them are, like, decent human beings for the most part, just because, like, man, there sure were a lot of people that were like that, during the, like, you know, early 2010s era YouTube poop, huh? Unfortunately. But there's a lot of stuff that I really enjoy. One of them that does hold up really well, but is just a fucking nightmare of loud sounds and flashing visuals happening at you. I gotta type the name to see if I'm remembering it right, but I'm pretty sure it's Super Shitehole Brothers 3. Let me just look this up. I'm pretty sure it's Super Shitehole Brothers 3, made by, Mr. Tenek. I think it's this. Yes, and this is, I'm gonna say in advance, again, it's kind of a loud one. This is loud, and there's a lot of flashing lights in it. I'm giving you your warning. Oh, no, I don't want it to start playing yet. I'm gonna put it up on stream. You know, mute or look away if you gotta, but, this is one I really like. Here we go, Super Shitehole Brothers 3. I do have the volume turned down a lot. Hey, wait! This is an HD version of this that's been, like, audio balanced, so it's not as harsh to listen to anymore, because, like, this bit here used to be ear-piercingly loud. This bit used to be, like, screeching at you, and it's the funniest shit to me. And I think the original might just be gone. But I mean, hey, something lives on. The visual overstimulation is still there, at least. And that was Super Shitehole Brothers 3. Perhaps not preserved in its original form, but at least in a form that we can still watch and enjoy to this day. And thank you, Kashi Cakes, for the raid. You came in right as I was just showing a YouTube poop to people. You chose the perfect time to tune in. Hope you had yourself a wonderful stream today. Another one I really like. I guess I could just pull up another YouTube poop, couldn't I? And I think it's, Robotnik goes to open mic night. I think. Yes. I'm hoping this holds up. I apologize in advance if it in advance if it hasn't. I'm pretty sure it does. I remember adoring this one. Can you show up on stream? Can you show up on stream, please? Robotnik goes to open mic night. Do you want to show on stream? There we go. Also turning the volume down on this one. This one I don't remember being too bad on the flashing, but sometimes does the audio peak a little bit in it, which is funny to me, but not everyone enjoys that. So here's your warning.
Scratch, grounder, I'm expecting. I'm on his TV show. This time I know I'll get on Lifestyles of the Good, very good. I'm gonna be a TV star. I have to live. I'm fastened. You want to be on my show? The answer is what? Silence! We'd rather watch education.
Sonic the Hedgehog!
Sonic the Hedgehog?
Sonic the Hedgehog!
Sonic the Hedgehog?
Sonic the Hedgehog!
He thinks you're an egg. He wants me because I am male.
That's a so-so thing.
That's the ticket.
That's the ticket. That's the ticket.
You are an evil genius, Dr. Robotnik.
Infomercial. Now what do you say, Throbbin? Goodbye, niece. Oh, hello, Robotnik. Oh, hello, niece. Oh, goodbye, Robotnik. Oh, hello, infomercial. Oh, goodbye, TV star. Oh, slam dunk, Robotnik. So, how do I know?
I'm trying so hard not to just laugh over this, and it's very difficult.
Is your niece fond of lava?
Is your niece fond of lava?
Is your niece fond of lava?
Lava.
Thank you, Throbbin. He'll be here in seconds to save the fish. My full name is Dick. You can call me the Distinguished Dick.
What are you up to now?
Catching Sonic the Hedgehog.
Have you ever caught him?
Not at all. Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy!
Love! I know that lick!
For Sonic! He's a sucker for Sonic! This trap is so great it has an infomercial. Forget the past!
This means war!
So, Tails, would you rather have lava biting your feet, or 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 lava biting your infomercial? Two-tail, little two-tail.
Hey, that's showbiz.
It's off.
I request
You don't want a chili dog or a baseball card or a chili dog or a baseball dog or a candy bar or a candy dog or a chili baseball or a or a dog person or a makeup bar. You want
Robotnik, a forever to the.
Okay, hang on. This bit here, I just want to preface this by saying, this is maybe my one singular, like, most favorite fucking thing in any YouTube poop ever. This, to me, is the pinnacle of comedy.
A forever to the.
So I guess to the person earlier who asked inspirations for your comedy, there you go. Now the rest of the video.
Sonic is in my dungeon. This TV show is in my dungeon. TV show. Now I can do. What? Sonic watches helpless stuff. I'm certain I'll do Sonic some more. Then I'm gonna blow Sonic like a tiny useless spore. And now, some of my favorite show tunes.
do yourself.
I'm so happy I could pinch you. I think I will pinch you. What is this? I know it's a nose.
Double dealing egg belly, double dealing egg belly, double dealing egg belly.
Yes. Sonic is not in the dungeon.
We're done.
Fucking love that one. That, to me, is not the pinnacle of YouTube poop as a whole, but it's certainly the pinnacle of, like, one specific, like, styling, one specific school, you could call it, of YouTube poop. It's good. It's fucking good. I hope you all enjoyed that. And thank you very much again for your message. We have 3 left. So let's move on to our next one. What kind of big weapon would you prefer? Like a greatsword or a battle axe? Thank you very much for your question. I like axes and hammers, personally. I don't know. I have a soft spot for things that are not just, like, you know, tool for attacking and defending and killing and stuff, but, like, that are also a tool for other things. That's what axes and hammers are. That's maybe a romantic way to look at, you know, a fucking slab of metal killing implement for knights to kill other knights with or whatever. But I like them, and I think they're quite pretty. I like clubs, too.
Infomercial.
Thank you, Tiffany, for the tip.
Infomercial.
I guess we can go back to Mr. One Character. He's back on screen. You can see him again. Please enjoy him. But yeah, stuff like that. Stuff like that I've got a real fondness for. I also really like one thing that is, like, just a weapon. The Japanese, like, samurai clubs? Oni clubs, whatever you want to call them. I think they're like kanabo, something like that. Those things are fucking cool. I love those. Those are real cool. Very pretty looking hunk of wood and iron. Big fan of those. Big fan of those. Real cool. Thank you for your message. Moving on to our next one. Have you thought any more about Funny Brothers and we make them ourselves? itch.io is a great place for collecting Game Jam submissions, so I'd recommend that for if you ever want to do it. Thank you very much for your message. I still do definitely want to do Bros Game Jam someday. It's just... I'm kind of intimidated because I've never done a Game Jam before. I know basically nothing about how to host one and put one together and how to, you know, collect and tabulate things that people have made and submitted and make sure they're actually safe to, like, you know, run and try out, things like that. The original Super Shitehole Brothers 3 is still up, deafening it all? Okay. Your homework is to go and watch that then. Keep in mind, it's very harsh and loud. But it's a good fucking video if you're into that. I'm a big fan of it. Imagine the video that we saw, but also it's an assault on the ears as well as the eyes, and it's awesome. But yeah, the Bros Game Jam is still something I want to try. It's just a matter of, like, well, can I work up the guts to figure out how to do something like that? And then once I do that, okay, when's a good time to plan that? Because I also got to account for the fact that, like, you know, people that watch my streams and are members of the community, like, you know, have jobs or go to school or, like, have other commitments outside of watching my streams and making things for the Discord. So, like... It's something I very much want to do eventually. And I will hopefully do it sooner rather than later, but, we'll see, we'll see. I think it'd be a cool thing to do for the community to encourage people's creativity through the lens of fucking bros. Looking forward to the COBOL stream whenever it happens. You have no idea how distressingly, like, real COBOL stream might be. It might actually happen. I'll put it that way. I don't know when, but it might actually happen. But yeah, Bros Game Jam, I would still very much like to do someday, so please look forward to it eventually, and, I thank you for your patience. Is that a threat or a promise? It can be both. And here is our final question. Dear Holotones, hi Holly. I hope your birthday is going very good. Many birthday wishes. My question is, what is the funniest thing Lola has ever done? Sincerely, Ness. Well, thank you very much for your message, Ness from Earthbound. It was so cool of you, to write me all the way from Earthbound, the video game. And I hope you're doing well. Jokes aside, genuinely, I hope you're doing well. Funniest thing Lola's ever done is hard to quantify because she's done a lot of funny things. She is a very particular and very funny cat, and I adore her. It was brought up earlier, the whole, the one time we let her outside and she was just kind of wandering the backyard, and we lost sight of her for a moment, and we were like, oh my god, did she run away? Is she gone? And she had just climbed on top of the woodshed to roll around up there. That was pretty fucking funny. What else? What else is a funny Lola thing that she has done? A thing that she does recently is she likes drinking out of like a big jug instead of like a bowl or anything. And when she wants water, what she'll specifically do is she'll walk over to her jug and start howling so that someone can walk over, pour fresh water into it, and then sit with her and watch her drink it. She knows that there's water in her jug, but she specifically likes watching people pour water in for her. It's a fun game for her. She likes playing her restaurant game where the waiter has to come and pour water for her. She also used to really like climbing on the back of the toilet and just kind of sitting there and staring at the tub, and then waiting for someone to come to the bathroom and pour some water into the tub for her to watch, like, you know, pour through the tub. She likes watching water. She's interested in hydrodynamics and fluid dynamics. One time we had someone come over to, like, service our air conditioner, and Lola spent the entire time that man was over just, like, pacing around him and talking to him and becoming his new best friend. She likes people. She likes to talk to people. I've talked about the sleep paralysis thing before, where I was having... The one time in my life I've experienced sleep paralysis, and, like, I could actually feel the horrible shadow demon above me, like, clawing at me and raking at me with its horrible claws, and then lurched up screaming, able to, like, you know, move my body again, because it turns out that Lola was clawing at my feet at the end of the bed, and I could feel her claws coming through, poking at me. Lola just does a lot of funny things in general, because she's a very silly, very particular animal, and I love her. Another funny thing that she does sometimes is we'll leave out, like, her toys for her. And sometimes, you know, she'll play with them unprompted, and she'll, like, bat them around and stuff. Sometimes she'll wait for someone else to wiggle them around for her so she can jump at them and stuff. Sometimes she just wants to, like, curl up into a little loaf and sit by all of her toys like she's, like, nesting in her roost. It's very cute. And, sometimes she'll just, like, walk over to her tomato. She has a toy that's just a tomato. And she'll do a really, really big yawn and just flop over on the fucking floor on her side and just start hugging it. And it's so fucking funny and cute every time. Thank you, Puzz! For the 22-month resub, I love you! I love you! Thank you! I hope you're doing good tonight. Does Lola take shoes? No, but sometimes she'll, like, try and sit in a slipper, which is very cute. She also used to really like sitting on a boot rack. Not so much nowadays, but she used to really like just, like, waiting for people to move boots out of the way so she could sit on the boot rack. Fucking speaking of Puzz, again, like I've mentioned 30 times and will continue to do because I love my girlfriend, if you subscribe to Puzz on Twitch, and to me, we got some combo emotes now. You can post them together and you can look at us holding up birds at each other. And I think it's very cute and a lot of fun. I will post them right now, even though I'm sure other people have already posted it. These are ones. And they're very cute. And I'm very happy with them, and Duke did such a good job with them. And I love them. Yeah, I'm having trouble coming up with, like, specific Lola funny moments, because, like, every moment I spend with that cat is a joy. And is a little treat. I love my cat. She's wonderful. And that is it for all of our questions. I have gone through all the ones that I wanted to answer, and I've answered all of them. They're all done. They're all sorted. We did it. That was over 100 messages between the two streams, so certainly over 100 questions, and some messages had multiple questions. This was a lot of fun. I really like doing this. Doing sort of like Q&A talky streams like this is a good time. I kind of want to do another one. Probably not sometime soon, because I probably want to just give people more time to be able to come up with questions. And also, I've got my Tumblr open. I've got Anonymous Asks on. People can just send in questions whenever they want there. I won't, you know, do a stream for them, but I'll answer them if I wanna, and if I remember to. Oftentimes I forget to answer questions, and then I feel bad because it's like, oh, I really wanted to say something about this, but then I didn't. Yeah, this was cool. I might also maybe someday do kind of like an impromptu, just like, hey, tune in, ask whatever you want, kind of thing. That might also be fun. I did mention maybe I could do, like, at the end of this one, a couple of, like, questions off the cuff if anyone had any interesting ones. I don't think I have a lot of energy for a lot of that, unless anyone's got, like, a couple of quick ones. We could maybe do, like, 3 or something. If anything comes to mind. But other than that, we can, you know, wrap up the stream. How much am I going to enjoy a sleepy time tonight? I'm probably going to fucking love it. Because I had a nice big long walk today. And, it's nice and cold, and I'm ready to curl up in some big blankets. Have I had any soup recently? Literally for lunch, I had pea soup. Watermelon, honeydew, or cantaloupe? Watermelon. I'm not super keen on the taste and or sometimes texture of honeydew and cantaloupe. Thoughts on pad thai? Pad thai is fucking delicious. I love it. It's real good. I really like a lot of, like, Thai noodle dishes and stir-fries like that. They're fucking awesome. What is my RPG class? Streamer? I guess. Unless you're asking what kind of class I would like to be in an RPG. Some kind of tanky melee spellcaster build with a focus on, like, ice spells. What's a game that had me really immersed in such a way breaking the immersion was a weird feeling? Something about the way that's worded isn't really making sense to me, I'm sorry. I think I'm just too tired to try and parse that right now. How much do I love Spamton? Legally I love Spamton a lot. Snomicer? I'm not sure what a snomicer is, so no, I guess. I'm gonna assume that was a yes or no question. Oh, Snow Miser! I'm more of a fan of, Poopmeister.
They call me Fartmeister. Whatever I touch turns to shit in my clutch. I'm too much.
Hey Holly, why do they call it oven when you in the cold food, hot out eat the food? Let's see. Well, oven, comes from the Old English ofen of Germanic origin, related to the Dutch oven, German ofen, from an Indo-European root shared by Greek ipnos. I suppose is why. Minesweeper, Solitaire, Sudoku, Chess, Google Snake, or Mahjong? Are you asking me to pick one of those? Minesweeper's okay, but it's never really clicked with me. Solitaire's neat when I'm in the mood for it. Sudoku's cool. Chess, I'm fucking dog shit at chess, so I simply don't. I don't know what Google Snake is. Mahjong is cool, I don't know how to play it. Puzz kind of half remembers how to play it, please look forward to whenever we get around to playing the Yakuza games, because we're gonna learn how to play Mahjong in those, and just do dedicated Mahjong moments. I'm also very excited to learn how to play Mahjong! I've always wanted to. I guess that's gonna do it for stream then, because if I keep doing this, I'm just gonna keep having to hit the delay ad button until I end up going for another hour, and I don't want to do that. I want to start wrapping up for the evening, so, thank you all for tuning in. I hope you, found these streams fun. They were certainly fun for me to do. Kind of a different vibe from, streams I normally do, but it's a lot of fun to do stuff like this. See what folks want to know. See what wisdom I can maybe provide. I hope you enjoyed it. I sure did. This was a real nice way to spend a birthday and a 2 weeks later day. You know, thank you all for the support today, all the subs, all the tips, all the bits. I always do very much appreciate your generosity and your support. It means a whole lot to me. Thank you for helping to keep the lights on and things like that. And remember that the streams would not be what they are without the support of folks like you. Thank you as well for all the hosts and raids we had today. Thank you for anyone new who stopped on by. Thank you for all the follows we had today. And thank you all very much for tuning in, you know? Whether you're catching this live or checking out the VOD, whether you tune in at the start or only right now at the end, whether you only caught a bit or you're watching the whole thing, lurking or chatting, you know, no matter when, where, or how you catch these streams, it's always wonderful to have you here. So thanks for taking time out of your busy day to spend it here with us. I'm gonna be live again, probably tomorrow morning or afternoon, unless, like, I sleep bad or something, in which case I'll probably reschedule for another day in the week, but, probably and hopefully tomorrow morning. We're gonna play a little more Apico, gonna check out our bees, make some new bees, go on a bees adventure. I'm looking forward to it. Hope y'all are too. Other than that, you know, I posted my schedule, on Discord and Twitter and stuff. You can check it out there. Nothing scheduled for Wednesday, Thursday, but I might do a cheeky early stream if I'm in the mood for it. Friday, I'm gonna be on Sox's stream. I'm gonna be doing God Game 1v1s with Rudd. Puz is gonna be there. She's gonna be hanging out. She has heard me talk about God Game to her, but she's never really seen it herself, so it's gonna be fun trying to explain Calvin Ball card game to my girlfriend. And Saturday, Sunday, we're doing the Girlfriends Weekend streams. So we're gonna be doing probably the finale of Leighton in the Curious Village, and some more Octo expansion, which I'm very excited for. Maybe I'll see you then. Or maybe I'll see you around some other time, but no matter what happens before we head off, I'd just like to say, have a wonderful rest of your evening. Thank you all very much for tuning in. Make sure you're taking care of yourselves, taking care of the folks around you. Make sure you keep that curious mind of yours. It's always fun to look at the world and ask questions about it. And hey, I hope I see you again soon. Good night. Super Shite Hole Brothers 3. Still the best. 2022. Now go home, the stream's over.